Da-da. Da-da.
Close. Very close.
It's a Thursday morning here at the Break Room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
61 degrees right now. Beautiful outside. 74-degree high, cloudy, a little bit of drizzle around dinner time. It's hard to tell when the drizzle's coming anymore. Because it'll be like, no rain. And all of a sudden you look outside, it's kind of misting.
It's like a nuisance.
Got a little mist going on. If you are looking for sunny weekends,
Yeah.
this is not the place to be.
Yeah.
It's supposed to rain all weekend, although the temperature will be in the 70s every day.
All right.
So we got that going for us. High of 77 tomorrow. So enjoy.
All right.
Maybe you want to go outside.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
See something you've never seen before. Last night,
Yeah.
News 8 did a groundbreaking story. Did you see it?
No.
Bless you, Kimmy.
Thank you.
But it's News 8.
Okay. What does that mean?
I love News 8.
We use News 8 a ton. They actually
do.
get very in-depth with
Yes.
all the stories
Oh,
they do.
yeah.
No, they do. You don't do any content
I know.
prep.
I watched News 8.
Yeah, you don't pay attention.
No, I don't.
Okay. Last night, News 8 did a story about the Mount Morris Dam.
The dam.
Yep. Fun fact.
Yeah. It's
May-
old.
Thank you.
Yep.
Maybe you should watch more news.
May 31st is Dam Safety Day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, they check on the dam?
National Dam Safety Awareness Day. And this year, it lines up perfectly with timing, according to News 8, because the Mount Morris Dam is in the middle of a scheduled 5-year inspection.
Oh.
And as we speak, the dam is undergoing a full-scale checkup to ensure it's ready to do its job when the pressure is on.
No
Both
cracks?
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
What?
If you watched the Mount Morris Dam story on News 8 last night and you thought, that was great,
Yeah.
my only regret is I wish I had more dam information and access.
Yeah.
I want more damn information.
What do you do?
Boy, do we have news for you.
What happened?
It turns out
Yeah.
the Mount Morris Dam offers tours from May until late October.
Oh, the dam.
You can
Yep.
take a tour of the Mount Morris Dam.
Take a
Or I
dam
could just
tour.
look at it.
Well, you can,
Okay.
I could just walk by it when you're in
Yeah,
Letchworth.
but what if you have questions, Tommy?
Well, yeah, I guess.
you don't get to see the inside of the dam.
Oh, you go in the dam.
Yeah, that's what a tour
Yeah,
is.
All right.
they teach you how the dam works.
Okay.
See, he's already committed to this
I know.
sucks, and now he's
Like,
excited
I
about
know.
going in a dam, and he doesn't know how to react to it.
I've done some dam tours. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Phone number is
You've
252.
seen one dam, you've seen them all.
Well, actually, to be
yeah.
fair, yeah. I mean,
It's
it's
what, you know what it does.
top of the water. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Who the hell does the Mount Morris Dam tour?
Oh, dam snobs.
No. Well, yeah, but it's two groups.
Okay.
Kids on
Field trips.
field
Yeah.
trip,
All right.
and people my age from nursing homes that they just have to do something with these old people today.
We have to do it. So you can't take them on a dam tour.
Yeah, you
It's
can.
wet
That's a
and
lot
it's
of walking.
enclosed. Yeah, it is a lot.
Probably
of
a
By the
lot
way,
of
that's
stairs.
their life inside a nursing home. They're damp and then enclose it. So it's like a nursing home is a dam for old people.
to keep them from
Yeah.
bursting into
My
the
father
actual
was
world.
constantly damp, and not good damp, stinky damp.
Look, I'm not trying to be a dick here.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm sure the people who work at the Mount Morris Dam are great and they work hard and they're very interested in what they do, right?
Yeah.
But I cannot think of a single thing I would want to do less than take a tour of the Mount Morris
Yeah.
Dam.
I also think, though, maybe you don't. Let's say you're you're going to chaperone your kid's field trip to this dam.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you're going to go into it thinking how boring, and by the end of it, you're going to be like, hey, wow, that's pretty cool.
Okay, there's no way.
Well, they're going to give you those facts that are pointless.
Like what?
But you're also going to pass along
Like,
because now you're a dam expert.
yes, they'll say, well, you know, it holds the water back. Matter of fact, if it was released, it could fill the state of New Jersey with 1 foot of water. It's roughly the size of Texas. You know, they'll give you those like different like fun facts that go nowhere.
It's weird they got the 1950s film strip guy to host
Yeah.
the tour of the Mount Morris Dam. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
you
it's
seem
very-
to be pro damn tour, Kimmy. The way I'm getting the
I
impression.
mean, if there are guys that like to go on, like, I don't know, like to the trolley museum, there are
Yeah.
plenty of people that want to go see the dam.
All right, I also don't want to do the trolley museum, but I get where you're going.
Yeah.
Here. All right, let's talk about that though, because the trolley, I think that even the train and trolley museum is 1,000 times more exciting for a
You
certain type of
think?
person than the dam. It's a dam. It's a dam.
It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
It just holds water, to your point.
And
It's basically, it's a wall.
Yeah, and here's the thing: it is an engineering marvel. I get it. Like, we do not live without the dam. People die without this dam.
Yeah.
I just don't need to walk inside the dam.
But there's like, if you're in Letchworth, it's beautiful down there, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing. Why do I want to go inside this wall for an hour?
Well, because the beauty that you
tell
get
me.
to see
Yeah.
It's your thing.
is because of the dam.
All right.
I'm starting to get the feeling you'd take this dam.
So I
tour.
took a dam tour with my parents when I was a kid.
What dam?
Hoover Dam when we were on vacation.
Mother effer dam.
Big time. And I remember like
See, that's what it is. You're a dam snob. I saw the biggest ones. Like, I don't really need to see any more dams.
I got to do that in Redwood Forest. So
All right,
it's like,
shut up.
you know.
See, now you're being that
Right.
dick. Now you're being a dick.
Did you want us to ask if if you've ever been to a dam?
I've done some dams.
Why would you? I don't even get the wanting to tour the Hoover Dam. I had the opportunity and I passed.
But anything
Well,
like
I was 10.
you would still go on
Yes,
the
you would.
Hoover Dam tour.
I think that
Well, it's
when there's
pretty big,
anything where you get up close to it and it's large, a guy's gonna want to see the inside of it.
You.
I
Look at
couldn't
how big
do
this
it
is.
now because I hate heights.
Okay.
And it's frightening to be on the top of that thing.
Well, yeah. 'Cause
I don't even know how people drive over it.
I heard if it were to burst, half the country would be in 2 feet.
Oh, yeah. Vegas would be
Like, I'm
screwed.
surprised we're not getting phone calls right now of people yelling at us about our dam facts being off.
We may be past the excitement of dams because, like,
You
here's-
don't know how important that dam is.
No, look,
to
I am
Rochester,
not.
New York.
I am not poo-pooing the value of the Mount Morris
Yeah.
Dam. I understand how important it is, but that doesn't mean I have to want to go see the dam and the inside of the dam. And here's the other problem.
What?
You know, as you talk about, like, you know, people being upset, I don't think people will be upset that we're not interested in dams anymore because there was a time.
There was a damn time.
Thank you. Where something like the Hoover Dam or the Redwoods or even like the Mount Morris
Yeah.
Dam was a modern technological marvel.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And it still is when you stand back and look at what it does and what it took to create
Yeah.
it. But, like, I got a computer in my pocket that has more technology
Oh, yeah.
than the rocket that went to the moon. Right? Like, I think we're past it. Like, look at all this concrete, pretty amazing.
And when you take these, when do you think that thing was built? Like the 1800s?
Mount
Oh,
Morris
you'd know
Dam?
if you took the tour. I said you'd know if you took the tour.
That's true. But they're going to tell you how many guys died making it.
I don't want to know that.
But every time they show you these old things, they always have to tell you, many men fell to their death.
Okay, but you're
got
also
bit by
kind of
rattlesnakes,
curious about that.
cheated on their wives,
it was-
got chlamydia.
It was built between 1948 and 1952.
It's a new
Oh.
dam.
Yeah, somewhat new
I-
dam.
Hot damn.
Damn is right. So there was no dam before that?
Yeah,
No.
everybody had to swim to school in Mount Morris. No, it is funny. Like, and I don't know if this is a national thing or it's just
Yeah.
a local thing. Because, like, you bring up the death toll.
Yeah.
Like, even when you take, like, the Erie Canal to
They'll tell you how many guys died.
Yeah, did you know that the bottom of this canal all covered in Irish and Chinese?
And now we use it for kayaking.
Seriously?
Like if you went and told those guys, hey man, some of you guys are gonna die building this thing, and eventually we're just gonna paddle in it.
A kid named Colton
Yeah.
is going to get in a kayak that costs more than you've ever made in your entire
Yeah.
life.
Now go down there and risk your life, you son of a bitch.
Can we get do we have a number on the deaths building the
I'm
Mount
trying
Morris
to
Dam?
look
I
here.
kind of don't want to know that because that actually could be somebody.
Well,
The
48 to-
largest dam east of the Mississippi.
Oh,
and
for
I'm
God's
like,
sakes.
That's exactly how it's written.
See?
Damn.
See what you did? No, see, you're
Damn.
interested in the damn facts
I'm
now.
starting to get a little
Damn tingle?
yeah, tingling. Damn tingling.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Last night, News 8 did a story about the Mount Morris Dam and how May 31st, must have been a slow news night, is Dam Safety Awareness Day. The dam is undergoing their once every 5-year inspection. And it turns out if you want more dam information,
Yeah.
the Mount Morris Dam offers tours from May until late October.
Wow.
Kimmy's got an interesting fact she wants to
Okay.
share.
During the construction of the Mount Morris Dam, 2 men died due to work-related incidents, and that's all it says.
So we got better not killing people
Well, that's
on the job.
That's always good.
Remember they always tell you like how many guys like fell to their death or got buried in cement when they made the Hoover Dam or like when they did the Empire State Building?
Yeah, yeah. Well, like the Hoover Dam, there's always that weird fact, and I don't know if it's true, that the first guy to die, there was the first guy to die in the Hoover Dam, and the last guy to die building the Hoover Dam were father and son.
No kidding.
Can you Google that? I don't know if it's true.
So they both sucked at their job.
Yet 96 people died.
father and son
constructing
died.
the Hoover Dam.
Yeah. I've heard this multiple places that the first man to die and the last man to die were
So who
fathers.
died first, the father or the son?
The first man to die was the father.
Okay.
The last man to die. Because the
So-
Hoover Dam, it took like a while to build, right?
Oh, yeah,
A
yeah.
lot of
yeah.
concrete up there.
Yeah.
Kimmy's got nothing.
No, this is. Hold on.
All I know of the Hoover Dam, because I passed
No,
on.
the first person, and I mean they have different last names.
Okay. Yeah, it was his stepdad. It's weird back then.
Step.
I told you, I don't think it's true. I've heard that fact
All
like
right.
multiple times.
Okay,
What do we got?
hold on.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
See, we just laughed at damn facts, and now we're pausing the show for
Okay, there
actual.
was like a father and son who. No, I don't know.
All right, none of it matters. None of this matters.
But that was over gambling debts.
And I forgot what I was going to say. It's gone. Oh, now I remember. All I know
Yeah, but the Hoover Dam.
of the Hoover Dam is from that scene in.
Nope, you're right. Sorry.
No, okay, what does it say?
Okay, the last person to die during the construction of the Hoover Dam was Patrick Tierney, who died, and he was the son of J.G. Tierney, who was the first person to die on the project.
Okay.
But it sounds like it was kind of unrelated to the.
By the way,
dam.
do we only kill Irish people building things back in the day?
Well, yeah, that's who did all the work.
No, I understand. It's just like, hey, you Irish? You like to live? Well, we got a job for you. All I know of the Hoover Dam
Yeah.
is from the scene in National Lampoon's Vegas Vacation when Clark Griswold. It's the worst of the vacation movies. And
Yeah.
he takes his family to the Hoover Dam.
I don't remember it.
You probably should.
All right.
I only saw that movie because it was one of the cheap ones they'd play in the middle of the day on HBO.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I watched it like 1,000 times.
Thank you, Chevy Chase.
There you go. Hey, but none of those damn facts I'm sure are true. Because
Yeah.
anything with Randy Quaid in it, I am questioning heavily now. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Rick. Rick says, I took the damn tour. It is very interesting, and the people there are very nice. I think you guys would like it.
No. No, man, I'd be
Okay.
bored out of my
I
mind.
feel like you're fighting yourself on this.
It's not, you would be bored.
I would be bored. I don't know if you would be bored. You watch the Weather Channel
Yeah.
on like a consistent, like it's a season of a series. Like, oh, did you see what happened to the Weather Channel last night? Do you think they have a gift shop?
I was just gonna ask, do they
No.
have Mount Morris Dam merch?
Well, I mean,
I've never seen anybody wearing it.
when have you ever seen anyone wearing anything that said Letchworth or anything
Yeah.
on it? Do they have a Letchworth gift shop?
Well, they have a restaurant. Maybe they have a gift shop in that restaurant.
Yeah, you could wear these mashed potatoes, you idiot. I meant like the park. Can you stop?
No, but there's that restaurant that's right in the park, and maybe they have a gift shop.
Is the restaurant
Yep.
owned by this?
They have a gift shop.
Okay, where is it? I've never.
Located inside the visitor center.
All
What,
right.
what can I buy at the Letchworth gift shop?
You get an ashtray, you get a T-shirt,
Okay.
hat.
There's always magnets.
Oh yeah.
Can we talk about that?
And bumper sticker.
Okay. Why do they sell magnets from like national parks and like monuments and things like that?
So you can have a reminder on your fridge.
Yeah, then you post little notes on there and stuff.
No, I understand how magnets work, stupid. I'm saying like what about like gift shops? Why is it always like magnet and keychain driven?
I don't know.
I don't know. I guess if you're looking
It's
to
cheap.
get something for somebody.
Yeah, you go. It's only $1.
No,
you
but-
know?
But like you said, I understand. I guess the idea of like, okay, I'll get this magnet,
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
drawing of the Washington Monument
yeah.
as a reminder of my trip. But even though you have like 1,000 pictures and put it on my fridge, if you bring me a magnet
I
of
never got that.
the Washington Monument,
Yeah.
I didn't go there. There's no attachment for me.
That
Why?
was like a big family gift back in the day, though. Like anytime I had a family member that went on some kind of vacation, we'd get like a keychain or magnet.
And what am I doing with this?
Remember? So in my house in Webster, I had all those magnets on my fridge, but they were all like dirty
Yeah.
or nasty
Yeah.
or Simpsons related.
Yes, I do. He had a picture of a man meeting the Pope, and he cut out that
Yeah.
man's head and cut out his own head.
That's a lot of work.
Actually, I had a guy did that for me and gave it to me.
And you kept it on your fridge forever.
Yeah, because it almost looked like I met the Pope.
No, it didn't. Your head was, and you already have a large head. It looked even larger than normal.
Well, Pope Peter had a very small head. A lot of people don't know that.
All right, so what did we learn here?
Nothing.
No, we learned a lot. We
What did
learned
we
that
learn?
two
Give
men.
the dam a chance.
Nah, we're not going that far. We learned that 2 men died building that dam in Mount Morris.
Yeah.
We learned that they stopped building it in the 1950s,
All
which
right.
is sooner dam than we thought. And we learned for all of your Letchworth gift-related merchandise,
Where do you go?
you go to the Letchworth gift shop located inside the visitor center.
Yes.
And don't buy anyone a magnet.
Oh, get a shot glass.
You think they sell Letchworth shot glass?
Yeah,
Why not?
they do.
How do you know?
Every gift shop
Yeah.
has a shot.
If there's
has
a
shot glass.
magnet and a keychain, there's definitely a shot glass somewhere.
We're not sure they have magnets and keychains, Kimmy. We're just guessing.
They got them.
Yeah.
They all, you know what they add too?
What's it?
Postcards.
Yeah, postcard makes more sense.
Well, it's so majestic seeing the dam and people taking the tour of the dam.
I got myself the whole collection of the Mount Morris Dam postcards. I got Dam postcard. I got Man on Dam Tour postcard. I got Last Man Dying in Building Dam postcard. We got a dynamite stay away from the shot glass kind of break for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're going to bitch it out, buddy?
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also,
What?
just after 7 o'clock. They say age ain't nothing but a number.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, in reality, age is actually it's very important.
Yeah.
So much so that the state of New York, and I don't know if we know this.
What?
Do you know they have a law that prevents people from working in this job past a certain age?
Oh, there's a cutoff.
Yes, and it's an elected position.
Really?
Yes, so we'll tell you which one it is, but there are two folks who are vying for this position that do not like this.
Oh.
And they're going to court to try and change it. And here's the thing, man.
How old is old?
We're going to tell you how old
All
is.
right.
Look, you understand when we explain this to you why the state of New York is trying to do what they're doing.
Yeah.
You also understand why the folks who are suing to change this would have a problem with it.
All right.
And this is one of those things where, unless you have a very firm opinion, I don't know what way's the right way.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, if there is one thing we are here for,
What's that?
it's to warn people.
What happened now?
Well, look, we don't want folks getting hurt,
No, sure.
getting arrested, getting tickets. And if you do this, now you're going to get a ticket because there is a crackdown across upstate New York.
Well, they're cracking, huh?
Yeah. And here's the thing.
What?
It's about damn time. Because all this is
Yeah.
is entitlement. All it is. And we'll get into it next here in the break room. I'll see you back. at base level,
Yeah,
we are here to help everybody listening.
that's great.
And we don't want folks to have to pay for this.
All right.
But here's the thing. With the exception of one group of people,
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if we should warn people about this, because if you do this,
Yeah.
you deserve all of the bad things that are coming to you.
Okay.
It's just entitlement.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting.
And
We got it.
come on.
We know the 2025 schedule for your Buffalo Bills, and I will say this.
Yeah.
Although there are some points where it's like, ooh, this might be the best schedule the Bills have had in like 25
No
years.
kidding.
Legit skis.
Wow.
Which, again, is a Polis legit.
All right.
We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Law enforcement across the state of New York
What are they saying?
are cracking down on people parking in fire lanes.
Oh.
So for whatever reason, according to reports in several cities in upstate New York, there has been an effort made to stop people from parking, idling, whatevering in the fire lane outside of stores and restaurants. And it seems the place where tickets have become the most prominent could have the biggest effect on our audience.
Oh.
Home Depot.
Yeah.
Oh.
Seb-
They're loading up their trucks.
Loading up their trucks, running in to get something they ordered online, grabbing flowers right in front of the thing
Yeah.
instead of having to park in the big-ass parking lot. There are a ton of people who have reported in the last month that they have gotten tickets for
Really?
leaving their car in the fire lane at the Home
Because
Depot.
everybody does that when they're picking up big items.
I've also, I mean, have you ever seen a ticket issued
No.
at an actual store?
Never.
Yeah.
Never. In fact, I had heard a rumor, and again, this is why you don't listen to your friends about the law.
Yeah.
They can't write you a ticket on private property. Man, it's up to the store. Man.
It's interesting.
This ain't New York State. Man, it's the sovereign nation of Home Depot. Man.
Because everybody does that.
So I wonder if, like,
No, not everybody.
Anybody that's loading up pulls up there and puts. I've never seen anybody with something
well, I
like
think
a
there's an
gas
actual
grill.
zone for that, though,
There is.
right?
Yes, and you see it every time.
Yeah,
You-
but on a Saturday.
you know what we're listening to?
It's
you know
packed.
you know we're here right now? An entitled dick-ass bitch.
So yeah, I'm pulling up there, man, because
Good.
you
No, I
got to
encourage
wait
you
in
to.
line.
I encourage you to. Yes, there is a place where
Man, you ain't getting no damn ticket.
Okay, do it then.
They can't give you a ticket. It's private property, from what I hear.
Sovereign nation.
Man.
Oh, Home do you Depot?
It's
So
like,
is it like a police officer that gives you the
Yeah,
ticket?
it would
Or
have
is
to be.
Okay.
Straight up cop, uncut, pure.
You'd
police
have to
officer.
be there, I think, for a significant amount of time.
Do you guys
though.
hear yourselves right now? I am
Well,
telling
I'm just
you.
thinking, like, usually, like, you're in
She's
your
right,
car.
man.
So
Okay.
so even if I am in the fire lane, I'm probably like moving it the second I see tickets.
right,
start being
because
issued.
let's say my wife's inside doing something, I'll pull up and wait because I know she's going to be in and out.
No, no, she's
Yeah.
not. There's no such thing as in and out, man. And here's the thing: if the cop sees you idling in the fire lane, they don't have to give you the ability to move. They can write you the ticket. What are you going to do? Go on a high-speed chase over?
No, but you'll pull out and he'll.
No, he won't. Or he'll.
A high speed chase around Lowe's parking
Or
lot.
he pulls out.
Eastbound and down, load it up and truck it.
Or he pulls up to your window and
Man,
says,
I'm not
"Don't
gonna
move."
stop doing that.
Okay, good. And this is what I'm talking about.
Because those fire lanes are a load.
This is,
Come on.
What do you mean? They're
A
for
load of crap.
They're so things don't burn to the ground.
I know if the goddamn store bursts of fire, I'm going to move my car.
If the goddamn store bursts of fire.
I'm going to move my goddamn
One of the
car.
worst Johnny Cash songs of all time. If the goddamn store bursts of fire, the sovereign nation of Home Depot went higher. Okay, so here's the thing.
What?
There is one specific group of people
Yeah.
who I have sympathy for
Who's that?
in this situation. Those are people who work for those like DoorDash food delivery services.
Okay.
Because restaurants and stores have not yet caught up to this trend where they have established parking in the front for those people because
Yeah.
they're working on time margins,
Yeah,
right?
trying to get in and out as quickly as possible.
And their tips are based on, Kimmy, how fast that stuff gets
Sure.
to people's homes. So in that way, I have sympathy for these people in this situation. For everyone else
Yeah.
that decides to idle or park in a fire lane to, quote, get in and out, you deserve all of the bad things that happen
But I'm
to
not parked there.
you. No, is your car stopped?
Yes, but
Are
it's,
you moving?
it's that permanently parked.
What is permanently parked?
It's going to be moved shortly.
Every car is going to be moved from a parking spot unless you die in the hospital and you drove yourself there.
Yeah.
Bro, there is no need to be in the fire lane.
Like, what are you hauling around that's that requires you to be as close to the door as possible.
Well, let's say you're buying a bunch of landscape or mulch, right?
So then pull
Okay.
into
You're
the
not
area.
going
But isn't
to
there
wheel
like a
that thing
loading
all.
area?
No, yeah,
for
there
that?
is a loading area.
Yeah, but on a Saturday it gets backed
Oh,
up.
then you
so,
wait in line until it's your turn.
Right, but the line goes all the way. That line will stretch across the front of that store.
Wow. So then wait in line until it's your turn.
No, but everybody's in that fire
Yeah,
lane.
no, they're not,
They
because the
can't.
fire lane doesn't stretch. I know how the Home Depot works.
No, you
the
don't.
Fire
You don't
lane,
go to Home
Oh, I
Depot.
know Home Depot, bro.
I am just amazed because, again, like I've never. I wouldn't even think that this is a place you could get a ticket unless
It
like
ain't.
something excessive was happening where
Right.
like somebody called on
Look,
you.
You think Hochul's got better things to do than worry about the goddamn fire lane at the Home Depot?
I love how Hulk. By the way, this isn't a statewide thing. Apparently, this is an upstate New York thing where, for whatever reason, local departments, sheriff's, police
All right.
departments have been focusing on this. Look, I am giving you the information. You do what you want with it, and
I'm going to wipe with it.
you're gonna wipe with it.
Yeah,
Says,
yeah.
man, oh, what are you gonna do? You gonna write me a ticket with a camera?
gonna
What are you going to
Jinx
get, the
yourself.
parking cops on my ass?
Those are the cops,
Oh.
idiot. And it actually makes sense that they're doing this.
Why? What happened?
Well, if we're going to talk, okay, there are two ways to look at tickets
Yeah.
in our society, Your Majesty. There are folks who look at them as a way to make sure people obey the law,
Yes.
keep things safer, right? For example, they're in the fire lane. There are also people who believe that law enforcement places write the majority of tickets for revenue. And we know that revenue for law enforcement places has been down
So they got to start.
since COVID. So it would make sense, if this is a revenue situation, that they would be writing these tickets more than they have in the
All right.
past. So I want you to stay in the parking of the fire lane.
Well, when I go to Home Depot probably every Saturday in the summer, right? So I don't see no cop. Boy, cool. I'm in and out 15 minutes.
You're deaf and blind. There's no way you would see a cop.
I can
Wait a minute.
see.
You sit in the fire lane for 15 minutes? 15 minutes. A fire of 15
Yeah.
minutes could
I-
take
I'm
out
sorry.
the whole Home Depot.
I'm in up to 15 minutes.
Okay.
Depends what I'm doing.
Okay, so what you're hearing here
Who is that?
proves my
You're
theory
hearing entitlement.
perfectly. Yes.
These people.
Because all
Greatest generation.
you're not, and I never said
Check
that.
on the Nazis.
You did not, none of that. Although you might have another opportunity soon.
We built the Hoover Dam.
You did not do any of these
Mount
things.
Morris Dam.
Maybe that. No, you're still too young.
Took the damn tour.
If you are idling parking in the fire lane
Yeah.
outside of being a food delivery driver,
Yeah.
that is nothing.
By the way, how does he get a pass?
See, there's a time because that guy's working.
Yeah.
He's also blocking the fire lane.
Understood.
Somebody could die
But
because somebody needs their beef and bean burrito.
That's a valid look. I feel for that person because they have to do everything they can to get that food. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying I have sympathy for that person. Everybody else, no sympathy.
What about my old ass?
What about your old ass?
I gotta buy solar lights.
No, you don't actually.
I do.
No, you don't.
I got the flag out.
So take a walk in the parking lot, mister. I walk 4 to 6 miles a day. Remember that brag yesterday? But you can't walk 30 feet in a parking
I
lot?
want to do it while I'm doing
Well, you
stuff.
don't want to walk in a
I don't want to
parking
do it
lot.
while I'm doing.
I mean, should we be surprised though? Because he's also a guy that is admitted to. Did you say you parked in the handicap spot?
No, he
or
will,
was it the
no.
expecting mother spot?
He will park in the expected mother spot, but he won't park in the veterans parking because he's a bitch.
No, I support the troops.
By the way, the veterans parking, nobody ever parks in that.
Nobody ever.
But-
no veteran.
But you won't do it.
I did go to military school.
Oh, I see you parked there.
Bro, we protected Atlanta.
This, what Tommy is saying,
Yeah.
proves my theory
What is
about
that?
fire lane idling and parking perfectly.
St. Patrick.
Folks who park or idle in the fire lane,
Mm.
this is a way bigger east side problem than it is a west
Oh,
side.
how do you know that?
I'm going to tell you how. There is one place in Rochester that this is the most prominent, and you know it too. What's the name of the plaza with the Cheesecake Factory in it?
It's the Pittsford Plaza.
Okay. That plaza
Yeah.
is nothing but entitled dicks parking their car in front of every store that they want to run in and run out of or that their wife or girlfriend is in. And it sucks because the lanes around the outside of
That's
that
chaos
plaza,
in there.
they're super thin. So if somebody idles, which they always do every 10 feet, you come across somebody parked there because Eastsiders like, well, it's me. Well, it's me. So I have to.
But if my wife's running in just to grab a bottle of wine from Century, I'm not going to park, have her walk. I just pull over to the side.
No.
I wait. She comes out real quick with a bottle of wine. We're home.
Haven't
Done.
done-
We're not hurting anybody.
No, you are actually hurting someone if there's a fire. See, this is what I'm talking
There's
about.
plenty of wine to put the fire out.
Can you put wine?
Yes,
It's got alcohol.
It's actually really good.
It's got alcohol. Would that cause more of a fire?
I would think.
I don't know. I don't know what that.
Fire, grab the wine.
It is infuriating to me
Why?
when I go to that plaza.
Oh.
Just the amount of dicks like sitting forward. And like if you make eye contact, you're like, what? What are you gonna what? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I took karate when I was 7. I'm Colton. What are you gonna do about it? I mean, why do you encourage entitlement?
I'm
like
not
that?
encouraging
You are
anything.
encouraging. You literally just said,
I'm just
what
trying
are
to
the
move.
cops going to do? What are you going to do? Like, you're trying to sound like a tough guy about stopping in a fire lane.
I don't want to take up a valuable parking space for somebody when I can just
What?
pull to the side real quick and leave. I'm not taking up a parking space.
Valuable parking space.
Yeah, I mean, there's parking spaces
There's
there.
a billion of them in every plaza you go to.
On a Saturday, everything's slammed.
You don't go anywhere without ample parking, which is also funny that you're violating the laws of our great nation. Even though you're Mr. Well, if there's not a parking spot, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to pay $5 to park somewhere.
You wouldn't do this at your Wegmans
What's that?
park in the fire lane.
Do you park in the fire lane at Wegmans?
No, because I like going into Wegmans. I always park.
That's the difference.
Because I spend time in Wegmans.
Oh, that's weird. That's weird because
I
I heard,
meander. I do my marketing.
I heard that you have a hard time walking. You don't want to do stuff while you're doing stuff. That's what I heard
Well, it's different when I'm in Wegmans.
here in the break room.
Yes.
On CMF. Facebook message coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the break room Facebook page. Jack writes, finally, I'm so sick of all of this. Every plaza can't be driven around when people decide I'm just going to stop here. It's also bad in the Henrietta Plaza at every store where the Home Depot is. Try to get around Marshall's or Five Below while people are waiting for their kids. Bro, I'm with them 100%, man. Hundo percento.
But anytime my wife goes into Marshall's, I don't want to go in. So I always park and just wait. And then I just got to jockey my car around if people need to get in and out. Because I don't want to go in.
Park the freaking car. I almost cursed. That's how mad I get.
Park. St. Pat's Park.
It's a very easy thing to do.
So it's what I'm doing.
Okay, good. And I can't wait for you to get a ticket.
Oh, boy. You're going to get it?
You are.
Yeah,
What's like the
you run your
maximum
mouth.
of time you sit there for? Like, if let's say you're gonna let your wife out to go run in, run out, like how long are you giving
Max
it?
10 minutes.
No, you
Max.
just said 15. You literally just said 15.
me 10. Her. All right, 15.
15 minutes.
15 lousy
That's an
minutes.
eternity, man.
No, an eternity's eternity.
No, an eternity
When you
is
go to
hanging out in
hell-
the room with you.
When you go to hell, you don't burn for 15 minutes.
Like I said.
It's an eternity. You don't get out.
All right, let's make things a little happier in this room.
All right.
Because,
You leaving?
yeah, my car's in the fire lane. I got to get out of here. Anticipation forever.
Yeah.
A week of us saying wrong things.
What's happening now?
It's finally here.
He's going to be on.
We know, you idiot. We have the schedule. We don't even
Oh.
need him anymore. But,
Yeah.
but
What?
the first week actually illustrates that we were right the whole time.
Okay.
That everything. But we'll get to that in a sec. You don't believe that where the schedule falls matters. You think that you already know who you're playing, and that's just how it is, and that's all you do.
Yeah.
This schedule proves you could not be more wrong.
Okay.
And if you're a Bills fan, come on, buddy.
All right.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. months of anticipation.
Yeah.
An entire week of we in the break room looking like idiots.
Oh, boy.
But finally, the Bills' 2025 schedule is here.
Come on.
And Kimmy, it is quite promising.
Yeah, it seems pretty favorable.
As long as the Bills can handle a gauntlet of a first couple of weeks.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
I think we're going to bitch it up, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And it turns out that in the state of New York, there is a law that you are no longer allowed to do this job after this specific age.
Wow, cutoff, huh?
And there are two people who have decided this is not right. It affects me personally, so they're going to sue. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
I think there is a valid argument on both sides of this situation.
Oh, that's rare.
And we may need here in the room to figure out, talking it through, which way is the right way.
All right. I mean, is it that hard of a job?
Yes and no.
Well,
Physically,
that don't help me either.
physically no,
All
but
right.
it's one of the most important jobs we have in our
Is it
society.
mentally challenging?
Oh,
yeah, faculties.
you definitely know your faculty.
Yeah.
We'll get to it.
Watch where you park.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Opening game for your 2025 Buffalo Bills. It's a doozy, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
Your Buffalo Bills take on primetime Sunday Night Football against the Baltimore Ravens at home.
Oh, they're at home.
Home Sunday Night Football against the Ravens,
Damn.
a rematch of that amazing divisional playoff game. That game, like we said on NBC, makes sense now why Josh was supposed to be on the Today Show
Yep.
twice this week.
All right.
Yeah,
We can assume that he was going to announce that game.
I would think.
Kimmy, at home against the Ravens in prime time is a hell of a way to start the season.
Yeah, I feel like they've had a lot of big challenges up front the last few seasons where like they were like these marquee games like right to kick things off.
Except for the Cardinals last year.
Was it the Cardinals last
Cardinals,
year?
yeah.
Oh, why did I think it was a
Jets were the
primetime
year
game?
before.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, here's the thing.
All right.
It's a lot of pressure.
Either way, like, you know, they start the season and you feel like, all right, we're going to get a good look at this team up front.
Well, we definitely
Yeah.
are. But I would argue, because
Yeah.
I did see a lot of Bills fans that were like, that's a lot out of the gate.
Yeah.
That's the best spot to get the Ravens in.
Oh, really?
Well, look, the
Well-
game 5, I think it was week 5 last year, they played Baltimore, and they blew them out in Baltimore. The Bills had been devastated by injury.
Okay.
You should be your healthiest, knocking on wood,
Coming right out.
opening day,
Okay.
right? The
So
way that
will
they played
they, though.
preseason. Yes, but I mean, I like our roster healthy versus their roster healthy, because our roster healthy versus their roster healthy in the playoffs, they got them.
I thought they were down a few defensively.
Doesn't matter. The bottom line is this. We're going to see.
I thought they were really hurting on defense.
We will see out of the gate what a fully, knock on wood, healthy Bills team is capable of against one of the other best AFC teams.
Well, Derrick Henry. That's what I'm afraid of.
No,
man.
you just love Derrick
I know
Henry
you
because he
do.
works out shirtless
Yeah, he works out insane.
with no shirt on.
Well, yeah. You can't put those chains around your neck with a shirt on.
I would feel it's more comfy to have a shirt on with the chains around
Not
your
for
neck.
him, buddy.
Okay. The thing that jumps out at you with this schedule at first,
What's that?
Tommy, no like premier games for the Bills this year. Nothing overseas. No Thanksgiving.
No holiday,
Christmas.
yeah.
Wow.
No Black Friday. Thank God.
Yeah.
Okay.
All your holidays are safe, everybody.
We dodged a bullet, which
Yeah.
is weird because we talked about a couple of weeks ago how the Bills being in that Hallmark Christmas movie,
Yeah.
we thought that meant at least a Christmas or a Thanksgiving
Yeah.
game. Nothing. But what sucks about this schedule,
What?
Yep.
as far as a fan goes, Kimmy, you want to take a shot at it?
Well, I don't know if this is what you're thinking, but most of if you want to get to the stadium to catch a 1 o'clock game, you have two options.
Of the 9 home games the Bills will play this year,
Yeah.
2 of them are 1 o'clock Sunday kickoffs.
Yeah.
So they're all night or
They're-
4
yeah,
o'clock?
like
Yes.
the 4 o'clocks or prime time.
Damn.
Yeah. 2?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That sucks.
It really does.
For the last
I mean, that's going to throw off your weekends for sure. I think that there are going to be a lot more people taking Mondays off this fall.
Oh, wait, we'll put a pin in that. So here's the thing that sucks. You know,
Yeah.
it's the last season of this stadium.
Right.
Right? And I get that the electricity of like a primetime game or a 425 game is different, but there is something very special
Yeah.
about getting up at 6, getting to the lot by 8.
Spending your mornings with Bills fans.
You got it.
But
Like,
that's
with
only
a-
that only affects you jamokes that go to the game. But for me, I love a 4 o'clock.
Well,
game.
no,
no,
it
the
affects you
diehard
at
you
home.
are. I want to
I
consider
want a
you.
cocktail and relax. Most people don't go to the stadium.
Even
They don't
peop-
care.
Even
Yeah, but
people who stay home and
Yeah,
watch.
it still affects your game
Are
day
you not the
experience.
smallest man in the world? Oh, Kimmy.
It still affects your game day experience and the timing
Game
of
day
everything.
experience. I'm home. Ain't no game day experience. What, open up a bag of chips?
Everybody
No,
but
like some people get
Burning
together
one,
to
huh?
watch
Huh?
the game. Some
Little
people
this?
have friends.
Little this?
No.
You can still do this at 1 o'clock.
No, that sounds like a terrible game experience.
Bills fans will have adrenaline going after the game is over. So you're not going to be able to get to bed at the right time if your game is at 4:25. Game doesn't end until 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I had a nice buzz right there.
I saw a nice buzz.
I'll watch this on the replay.
Ray Sala, the nice buzz. Like, you're already coming in a bad mood because you think the whole schedule release is stupid.
Yes. I do.
Yeah, you already know who you're going to play before the schedule comes out. None of this matters. All right, well, I disagree.
All right.
Because it looks like the hardest stretch of this season.
You said coming out?
Yeah, it looks like the first 6 weeks. So we know we have Baltimore. Then it goes into 2 divisional games against the Jets and the Dolphins.
But you say they suck.
They do, but divisional games are always a coin flip,
All right.
I mean, they lost opening day to an Aaron Rodgers-less Jets team 2 years ago. 4 of the 6 games, 4 of the 6, let me try this again. 4 of the first 6 games this coming season are in prime time.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
And 2 of those primetime games are back-to-back weeks in week 5 and 6. 3 of those primetime games in the they're going to be at home. So you have 3 primetime games in the first 6 weeks.
Look how fancy ass is.
At home. It is going to be a miserable September and October for everyone in Western New York.
Did I see, maybe I looked at this wrong. Did I see that both of their games against the Patriots are primetime games? Well, one of them's maybe 4:25.
Let me
I feel like they're like the NFL is anticipating something big with the Patriots this year.
I mean,
I know like they got a new coach and everything, but
all right, so you got a 1 o'clock at home.
Oh,
no,
okay,
at 1
maybe I
o'clock
was
at
looking
New
at a different
England,
game.
and then you got a Sunday night on NBC
okay.
against
I thought
New England.
for some
week
reason
5.
I thought both of them were.
No, but yeah, I think the NFL is banking on New England being good, which is always funny because I gesture towards Foxborough. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Bill's schedule comes out yesterday. It is super favorable. Bill's also the only thing that sucks.
What's that?
2 Thursday night games on Amazon.
Oh.
Week 3 at home against Miami. Week 12 on the road against the Texans. There is a sneaky hard middle part of this schedule.
Which is?
Week 9, you play Kansas City, then Miami in the division, then Tampa Bay, who was a playoff team, then Houston, who was a playoff team, then Pittsburgh, who was a playoff team, then the Bengals, who always play the Bills tough, right? The good news,
What's that?
3 of the last 4 games are against teams that are supposed to be bad this year. Philly, the one fly in that ointment. So if the Bills are...
We're going to play Philly?
Yeah, at home. We've talked about this like 15 times.
Late in the season.
Right.
Second to last game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
But with the exception of Philly, I mean, you got New England.
Is that a prime time game?
No, 4:25.
Yeah.
How is that not a prime time game?
I don't know, because the last time they did it, it was 4:25 too.
Well, I guess you could call 4:30 a kind of prime time. Semi-prime.
Well, when you go to bed, it is prime time, yeah.
Pretty much.
7 o'clock football. If you have to stack wins, Kimmy, towards the end of the season, this schedule will allow you to do that.
All right.
But it's going to
This
put
is
a
good.
lot of pressure on that end of the season. You know, I always
This is the year, buddy.
I think for a while we were a little bit spoiled because the Bills have been in the driver's seat to that point.
Not 2 years ago. Remember, they had to win the last game in Miami
they
to win the
have to?
division. Yes, remember
Oh,
going
you're
into
right,
the
you're
weekend,
right, you're right.
they weren't even guaranteed a playoff spot.
Was that
All right,
weird
I'm
way?
getting
If they didn't
seasons
win,
mixed
they
up
would
here.
be like fall really fast.
Yeah, it was. They didn't have a locked in spot before the weekend. The Jags lost. Then they would have had the 7 seed if they didn't beat Miami, and then they were the 2 seed. It was a crazy last 3 weeks.
All right.
So
this is the year, buddy.
this is the best schedule the Bills have had in years.
Yeah.
They have the second least amount of miles traveled on the road.
Okay.
So you're staying close to home. Their juggernaut games against Baltimore, Kansas City, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, they are spaced out amongst the
So
year.
there's no excuses this year.
You put it perfectly.
They gotta make their move.
Yeah. I mean,
They gotta go to the game.
They got to go to the game.
The big game, son.
You know, we can say it. We just can't sell anything with the word in it. We can say the word Super Bowl.
Watch it.
It's like parking at the fire lane. I mean, no, you laid it out perfectly. If there was a year, this is the year.
Mm-hmm. And they got nobody to blame but themselves. And, of course, injuries.
I mean, the lack of 1 o'clock games sucks.
Yeah,
I'm
it
knocking
does.
on wood.
It
But
does.
I
But
will,
it was kind of that way last year too.
and I'll take that over a 1 o'clock game. Or, excuse me, I'll take that over a holiday game. The lack of 1 o'clock games over Christmas or Thanksgiving. All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Are you guys surprised the Bills only have 5 primetime games?
Well, it seems like a lot.
I believe the
Well, they really like putting them in that 4 o'clock zone. I don't know why.
Well, it's because it gives the entire country a chance to watch them because it's a 1 o'clock game in California as opposed to 9. You didn't? That never occurred to you?
Well, I mean,
I always thought that was like their biggest like audience for the entire week.
It is because the entire country is like up and watching football.
So yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I mean,
it's going to get worse next year with the new stadium because they're going to want to show off that new stadium.
I think you're overstating how important the stadium is to broadcast.
No, like because they got a new stadium, they're going to want to show it off.
I mean, they
No,
do,
like I just said.
whenever they to his point,
I don't know.
that whenever they build a new stadium, they want to show you the
Yeah.
ins and outs. I mean, they did like I think for like a couple seasons they'd tell you all about like the Raiders' new stadium and stuff.
Yeah, but it's not like the Raiders had 4
They always
primetime
make it a
games.
point to like tell you some fun fact about it.
No, I get it. When the game is on, they're going to focus on the stadium. I can't remember a team that got a new stadium that wasn't good, where it's like, we got to put this team in primetime on account of the building they play in. Who can you think? Who was that?
I don't know.
No, go ahead, Mr.
I don't
Facts.
know.
You say something, I ask you, oh.
I think they're going to show up. I think it's going to be a big to do.
Sunday Night Football, a stadium.
A new stadium.
Look at a stadium.
Here's the problem with that new stadium. It's not as glitzy as some of the other stadiums.
It looks pretty damn glitzy right now.
It ain't like the other
Well,
ones.
it also does. You know what it is too? It's not near anything. Like they'll obviously always show you like Niagara Falls and stuff, but like the stadium itself, like there's
There's nothing there.
to like really highlight around the
Nice,
stadium.
right.
You're
What are you talking
just
about?
getting the stadium.
Frank's house.
There's a shot of Batavia.
So with I believe the Commanders and the Chiefs are highest with like the primetime premier games. I think the Commanders have 8 primetime / premier
How do they
games.
get 'em?
They were in the NFC
yeah,
Championship.
they went on a run last year.
And their quarterback, Jalen Daniels, is like a fast rising star.
Okay.
But the one thing, do not hold tight to only 5 primetime games.
What do you mean? Is
The-
there a flex?
The last scheduled primetime game for the Bills this year is week 12. Now, don't forget, they play 18 weeks now.
All right.
That leaves 6 weeks and some potentially juicy flexing matchups.
Ooh, what's the juicy?
This happened last year in games I didn't even know you could flex.
Yeah, well, this year you can now flex Thursday night games, too.
Yeah. Remember all of a sudden it was like, oh, they're playing Saturday now. Surprise.
Yep. The Steelers are in that last window. If they're competitive, that could be flexed if they're fighting for a playoff spot. The Bengals game,
Oh,
that's very flexible. Philly, like you said, your Super Bowl champ, is the last game. The last game they played together was an all-timer. It feels like, Kimmy, they may have worked the schedule, giving the Bills 6 weeks of no prime time so they could absolutely move
right.
them.
Yeah.
I just don't want to see that happen on a Thursday. But they already got 2 Thursdays. They're probably not going to give them 3 Thursdays.
I would hope not. Has that ever happened to a team before? 3 Thursdays?
I don't think so, unless we count like the Lions or Cowboys playing on Thanksgiving.
That seems like a lot.
So
And it seems like a disadvantage to the team.
I agree with you, which is why I hope it does not happen. All right, so as we're looking at away here, we know Bills fans love to travel.
Oh, yeah. Well, you always got the Miami game.
Yeah, but that's old hat. Man.
Yeah, but it's fun in the sun, Miami Beach.
There are a couple other cities that are prime Bills travel city.
What's that?
Steelers.
No, I meant for like outside of
Like
football.
a getaway.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant like where a bunch of Bills fans are going to travel.
Sure,
just
no,
because
I'm
of distance.
I'm talking
Oh,
like
okay.
vacation.
Like taking a plane.
You're in New Orleans on week New Orleans is home.
I
I'm
see what
sorry.
you're saying.
You're in Atlanta for Monday Night Football on week 6.
All right.
They got a cool new stadium too.
That is pretty cool.
So
when it works.
yeah, it looks like a
Doesn't
spaceship.
always work, though.
Good Chick-fil-A inside it. You are in Houston for Thursday Night Football.
All right.
You don't like Houston?
Yeah, well, I mean, they're not like
I don't think
vacation
people are gonna-
destinations. Come for our traffic.
I
Atlanta's
think
the same
a lot
way.
of people are going to travel to Charlotte
Yeah, the
because
Panthers?
I think that there are so many transplants down there. Like somebody, like people, everybody has a friend that moved there or lives there.
Yeah, but here's the thing about Charlotte. It's
It's
not
going to
all
be a
that,
crappy game.
Well, if
but-
you-
well, it's not all that exciting either.
Unless you're a NASCAR fan, what else would you do in Charlotte?
Come for our concrete buildings.
Yes.
the
Do you-
warmer weather, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you like buildings with glass on them? Charlotte, ladies and gentlemen.
We also have banking.
Yeah, I mean, Charlotte doesn't really do it for me. I mean, Atlanta's the place. If you've never been to Atlanta,
Atlanta's okay, but
Oh,
still,
okay.
it ain't Miami, bro.
Atlanta. When's the last time you went to Atlanta?
It's been a while.
Atlanta is awesome.
Popping.
Popping. I'm telling you, man, the food's awesome. The scene's awesome. There's like historical stuff to go look at. There's like cool modern stuff to go
How
do.
many people actually
Well, they
do
got
that,
modern
though, when
stuff,
they're there?
too?
I'm just saying. Say that again. I'm sorry.
How many people, though? I think people are looking more for like a Vegas or Nashville if they're going to go and actually like
Right.
explore and party. Like they're going for the city
You need
itself.
a-
I don't know if Atlanta, like I like Atlanta. My aunt lives there. So like
Oh, you didn't tell me. Go Kimmy's aunt's there? You go see
You
Kimmy's
didn't tell me
aunt?
that.
But like, I don't know if I didn't have a connection to Atlanta, would I be drawn to go there?
There is a reason Atlanta is the capital of the South, and I will say that.
All
it's
right.
super cool. Atlanta's
All
great.
right.
You haven't been to Atlanta since the Olympics.
I don't think so.
96.
Yeah.
It's been 30 years.
Yeah.
You're going to say,
Kind
well,
of
let me tell you why Atlanta sucks.
But I mean, I think you want fun in the sun.
Yeah, you're looking for like Miami.
That's why that Miami game is key. Even Jacksonville, even though it sucks, at least you got a beach there.
They don't play Jacksonville.
And I'm saying like, but those are destination. Tampa's another one. Like go to Tampa, you got a beach. Who's going to?
You literally said last week Tampa's the worst place in America.
I hate it. But some
But
people,
you should go.
No, but St. Pete Beach, you got
Wow,
Clearwater,
St.
Tarpon
Pete.
Springs. Those are really nice beaches.
And do you want to? What week do they play Atlanta? Is it later?
It is week 6, Monday Night Football.
So is that what?
It'll be
October?
October 13th.
Could still be pretty hot down there.
Hot Atlanta indoor stadium. Just
Yeah, but I thought sometimes the roof doesn't.
the roof doesn't
Close.
open.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
it's stuck closed.
All right.
Gotcha.
So go
All
check
right.
it out. Go plan your trips. Go get your Bills tickets. Actually, we are going to talk about later in the show.
What's that?
If you were planning to make your pilgrimage to Highmark Stadium this year, I got really bad news.
Boy, what happened?
We'll get into that in about an hour.
Okay.
But first, it's Thursday. You know what that means?
No, we gonna bitch it out. Good luck.
Sorry, we got a Bitch Voice Theater. Yeah, you look very handsome today. And you're too old to do this.
Are you really too old?
State says you are.
All right, but you said it's not a physically demanding job.
It's not, but you do need your wits about you.
All right.
I mean, look, you wouldn't want someone losing their faculties, as you put it,
Yeah.
having this power over you.
Ooh,
But there are two people who believe that this is unfair.
big powerful job.
Yeah, and they are now going to court to try and make this not a thing.
All right,
And we'll figure out, because I'll be honest with you, I see both sides here.
but there's jobs in the government where you could just die in this seat. You got to be able to think.
There are other jobs in the government where they also push you out at certain ages.
All right.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. we may have a fight in our hands.
What's going on?
With age, Tommy, comes wisdom.
Yeah.
And wisdom is very important with a job like this. But with age also comes potential decline.
All right.
And not having your wits about you, doing this would also be very, very bad.
You got to be sharp.
A law the state of New York has put into place has two people now suing because they claim they are not yet too old to do this very important job. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid.
Why would you do that?
Or say their monochrome leisure wear makes them look like a ballpoint pen. How about a little pop of color here?
What's that? It's all.
I got it on his socks or shoes.
Okay.
I got my blues on.
You look great. You're blues like you're in the Navy. You got to really hurt someone. So
I'm perfect parking pad. You have to be careful about the fire lane. I'm going to narc on you. I'm a narking little Home Depot bitch.
If there was a line to call on people in the fire lane, I would sit.
It's called the cop line.
I'm not going to call 911.
No, it's a non-emergency.
Three little numbers.
Isn't it 311?
311 or 211? Is that poison?
No, that gives you the movie times.
Kimmy doesn't get that joke. We take all your bitch voices, we run it back, we call Bitch Voice Theater happens now. Let's see it,
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Little sissy boys put on their little gardening pants.
When it comes
and their little knee protectors, and they go work in the garden, and they make pretty pansies, and then they prance around the pansies in their gardening pants and their knee pads. And they talk to all the butterflies. And they give them names.
My name is Tommy. I'm a non-mechanical little bitch.
They'll put out solar party platters.
Is that Danny's idea?
Yeah.
Danny, I love you, Danny, and I think you know who I am, and you're the best, and you're so cool. I want to drive around
He
in a
is cool,
Ferrari
man.
and Lamborghini. I want to wear shirts like you, and I do, but I look like a busted-ass poor person. I look like Danny Wegman if Danny Wegman got hit on the head with a hammer and he had fetal alcohol.
Oh, I bet Jeffy, Tommy's sister's sexuality is making me so uncomfortable, even though she found love finally in her life. Because I'm just a awkward little uptight little bitch, unlike my sister, who's not uptight.
So what have you been getting from your brother?
So he's in Tuscany.
You can't ooh your own story. You bitch ass little wiener lawn man. Little wiener lawn man.
My name is Tommy, and I have a little pee-pee.
Oh. Bitch voice, and you took a shot at your penis.
And a pee-pee.
I'm listening and I'm laughing. I live on Kilbourne.
Oh, I bet, Jeffy, I don't want to fly in your scary little airline because I'm a scared little jittery flyboy. I'm just a big, wide-bodied bitch.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
Did you know
What at?
the state of New York has a mandatory retirement age for judges?
Okay.
It's true. Once you hit the age of 70 in New York, you are no longer allowed to serve as a judge.
All right.
Now, the reason why is not completely clear, and we'll come back to that in a second. But two people in Wayne County are trying to change that. Judges Rick Healy and Art Williams, which, by the way, are the most I'm over 70 names of all time.
When's that actually you meant an Art or an Arthur?
Art Williams. They say that the rule violates the state's constitution. And for that reason, the pair are suing the state of New York.
Damn.
They argue the Constitution prohibits age-based discrimination, and they claim this is exactly what that is.
So, because it's an elected position, right? So they have to run.
Yeah, you would have to run. Well, so not all judges are elected positions. Some were appointed, but these guys would be, I believe, running for office.
Yeah, I mean, if it's elected, why can't they just run?
All right, so let's talk.
Well, that's what the people want.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The age of political candidates has been a massive topic for the last three presidential elections.
Yeah.
This law takes that issue out of it. But what could be the reason, Tommy, the state decided that 70 was the age where enough was enough for judges? Like when
What
they
could be
decide,
the
what
reason?
is it? Well, give me a reason why the state decided this is why this is how we're going to do this.
Well, it's past what they consider retirement. Like for Social Security, it's like 66 and 10 months.
Okay.
So that goes beyond that.
Okay.
So that's
Yeah.
a pretty good number, really.
So wait, you're okay with 70?
I mean, at some point, you want some fresh blood in there, man. You don't need these old crusties in there. I mean, I don't get that Supreme Court where you get a job till you die.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of blowing up in our faces.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, you got guys that are like 90 years old doing this job.
So, all right, so your argument, the way to get new voices heard in positions
Well,
of
get
power.
the younger people in there.
Okay.
I mean, what skin do you have in the game at 70 years old?
Okay, so that could be a reason the state is doing this. Kim, you want to take a shot?
Yeah, because I would think like if you're going, like like potential health reasons or something like that, like are you able to serve? I would think they would put it at more like 75. Like I would actually think they would make it a little bit older if that was the case.
All right, so let's talk about mental decline. You don't think 70 is an age enough where they should start to worry about mental decline in judges?
I mean,
People are going longer.
yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't mean their bodies are going longer.
With the head. I mean,
Yeah, no, I work with a guy. He's going long. Pope quote. That's a legitimate quote from a man I work with who talks for a living, by the way. You were saying, I'm sorry.
No, I just 70, like stopping it at 70 is a strange age for me. I don't know why. Like I just picture it more like either 65 or 75.
Okay.
70 is kind of in that weird range.
Does a 70-year-old age limit for judges help fight laziness and corruption? Because, Kimmy, you've argued on the show before, the longer someone is around, the
You
more
get a
likely...
you get a little lazy,
Okay.
I
mean, are they more...
You get a little too comfortable.
Is someone at that age more susceptible to inappropriate influence?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, as long as you hang at a gig, you're going to start cutting some corners and pulling some moves.
All right.
But maybe we just think that because we don't have an important job.
Well, no, but I mean, think of every old guy you've ever worked with, old guy or old gal. I mean, he's not wrong. They're always cutting corners and just, what are I going to do?
But I just assume that's because it's the job they have. Like I want to think in my head that somebody that works in that kind of field takes it a little more seriously.
How many judges
No, I know.
arrested stories do we
Despite-
have to
you're right.
do?
And despite all those stories, I still hope for the best.
All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Is an age limit for judges in New York the right thing to do at 70? Because, Tommy, I do think there are valid arguments on both sides.
All right.
Because you get what New York's trying to do here, right? Fresh ideas, younger candidates,
Yeah.
never a bad idea. This does protect you from someone slowly losing their mind, changing people's lives, because there are judges that will change someone's life, right? Embarrassing the court system. That being said, judge is a job where wisdom and life experience is very important.
To a point. I mean,
But this doesn't count for anything?
I think it does, but at 70 years old,
Okay.
I think you're out of touch. You're probably, the people that are coming before you don't understand.
Okay. It's a fair statement.
Where I think maybe a guy in his 40s, 50s, even 60s would know where that person's coming from more than a rich guy at 70 years old. Because let's face it, most of these are going to be white old men.
Okay, but let's counterpoint that. If I have a 40-year-old judge,
Right.
right? Is that guy going to understand a 72-year-old guy that's standing in front of him?
Uh,
I mean, you got the same problem. If
Well,
you go younger,
yeah.
you have the same issue of
Then you're-
non-connection
yeah.
to a generation. And look, I'm not arguing against the age limit here. I'm saying I get it. I think this is really tough to figure out because I understand why the state does this. I also understand why these guys are suing to change it because there is value in old. As much as I hate you with every bone in my body, wisdom is value.
but I like these term limits that push these guys out in everything because, eventually I'm looking at, and I mean just
You
in
need a
all
refresh.
politics, I mean, I'm looking at some of these guys that I've been watching since I was in high school.
Okay, sure.
Are still like senators and congressmen. I go, Jesus Christ, man, how long do you get to keep this job?
But this wouldn't be term limits. Now I'm with you. Term
I'm
limits.
just saying, like, in all cases, like, at some
Yeah.
point, you got to flesh this stuff out.
No, I agree with you, but it is weird because there aren't term limits for judges in New York, right? I've never heard of that before.
I guess not.
Okay, so like if you were to make it a term limit, you may be able to stop this. Like,
That's the way I would go.
okay,
So then,
To
so then
and
you can
through.
have somebody of any age, they just can't serve for too long.
yeah, but
essentially.
then again, you could have someone run for the first time at 68, serve
Yeah.
2 or 3 terms, and they
Yeah,
would be
true.
in their late 70s by the
Right.
time it's over. Okay, so maybe there's a compromise.
All right.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. 2 folks from Wayne County, judges, are suing to overturn state law that you're forced out as a judge in New York State when you hit 70 years old. There are 2 kinds of judges in this state.
All right.
Elected judges,
All right.
we go to the polls for them. Appointed judges
Yeah.
who serve for X period of time or until they die.
Okay.
You brought up the will of the people.
Yeah.
Voting. Can you keep the age limit for appointed judges and change the age limit for elected judges.
Oh.
Because I think your argument earlier, if you keep the age limit for elected judges, you are keeping voters from making choices they want.
Yeah, but we do that anyway with like the president. He only gets
Term
2
limits.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's to limit power.
Right. Well, that's what all of this is all about, right? All these dudes, all these officials have power.
That's a good point. But
You know what I
again, like, but there's no law that says a president can't serve past 70, or else we wouldn't have had a president for the last 16 years.
Yes.
You
true.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is hard.
Yeah. It is.
Like, we all like to sit here and make fun of the government.
But you get these crusty old bastards that never leave, and then you find out like all this horrible stuff they've been pulling for years because they got, they got comfortable.
You're right,
Yeah.
but we only know about those. You never hear the stories about the judges that serve for 30 years, care about their community, are involved. Everybody understands that they are doing their job the right way. Like, those people eventually quietly retire. They're not on the front page of the
I just like a fresh set of criminals every 2 to 4 years. Is that too much to ask?
You were going to say something, Kim?
I am just thinking, though, of, I guess, working at any job. How many people that you worked with can you think of that it came time to retire for them and you were like, oh, no, please don't go?
Good point.
Like, it's pretty rare that you work with somebody who you don't want them to leave. You want them to stick around, like, because they're that valuable to
All right,
your
no, but
workplace.
I think we are having two different arguments here, because I can admit
yeah.
there are older folks I worked with that were valuable.
Okay.
They just annoyed the hell out of me.
Okay.
Because we did not connect in any way because of
But-
the generational gap.
But you think that they were still contributing to that job?
I mean, I work with a lot of lazy people.
I mean, you
so-
want some
Yeah. I
guy
feel like
30 years is sitting on his ass doing nothing all day, or he's the first one out the door? You need these crusty old bastards?
Well, you want some young punk ass Gen Alpha, Gen Z judge?
I do-
You're a Gen Z kid. And then he does like a kickflip.
Just coming on a skateboard?
I feel like this job's a little
Yeah, he's
weird.
a Gen Z guy from 1998.
I feel like this job's a little different in terms of like, because I don't think like we rely as much on other people at our workplace
Okay.
as maybe you do at like. 'Cause I used to work at a job where everybody used to hide from that older guy when he'd come around.
But Lonsbury still worked.
But I mean, I just remember like everybody be like, "Man, when is this guy gonna freaking call it quits?" Because he
I thought you
just
said that about me already.
he
She does. As
just
soon as you leave the room, she lights a little
Is this
candle.
it? Is
and
this
she-
his last day?
it
Where
was
she lights a
almost
candle?
it was almost like they were giving him busy work just to keep him like thinking he was doing the job.
Okay. 252 WCMF, two Wayne County judges are suing the state of New York to try and overturn a law that says the age limit to serve as a judge in New York State is 70. So here's the thing.
What's that?
There are other jobs that have mandatory ages to retire, and they've had them for a while.
Oh.
For example, commercial airline pilots
Well, yeah,
are required to retire at 65.
I like that.
You're okay with that one?
Yeah.
Air traffic controllers are even earlier. They're
Yeah, but
made-
that might be changing now because we're so short that they're thinking about moving that.
But how about this? Did you know their mandatory retirement age is 56?
Well, the burnout's really high, too.
Sure. But some can get waivers to stay till 61, but 56 is
Yeah.
young.
Yeah.
FBI's 57. Federal firefighters are 57. What makes these jobs interesting, however, I think you can argue that every job we just named, commercial airline pilot, air traffic control,
Yeah.
FBI, federal firefighter, they all have a direct influence on the safety of
Oh, yeah.
individuals
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
moment, where judges don't have it in the moment.
No.
Like, they can affect your life,
Right.
but it's not like you're going to die based on what a judge says or
true.
does or doesn't do.
Physically, yeah.
So you're okay with every mandatory retirement age?
Yeah.
Sounds for a guy your age. You're turning against the Gray Panthers you love to shout about all the time.
No, but at some point, you're going to run into some problems.
Okay.
I also would like it for summer concerts also. There should be a term and age limit on
What?
summer concerts.
Okay, well then James Taylor won't get to tour anymore.
How old is James? By the way, that's another guy who's been around since I was born.
Keep selling out every summer. Bring your babies, bring your blankets, bring your buckets of beer.
How
break into a grin from ear
He's
to
80?
ear, and he's got to be up there. Suddenly, it's perfect.
he's also a guy that's always looked old because he's been bald since he was a kid.
That's the key to going long. Is always look. That's why you're still here.
What was
77.
that?
He's 77. You've always looked old and gross. So like as you age, it's not as jarring.
I'm the James Taylor of the break.
Nope, not even close.
You invited that.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF at the Break Group Facebook page. Ryan writes us, the reason these old people keep getting elected is old voters always show up, they swing the election.
That is true.
And stack the offices with people like that.
That is true.
Okay, but then can't you also argue if young folks are frustrated by that, why you can go out and vote in the same numbers?
Well, you should,
But
you don't.
Well, how am I arguing against the age limit and you are arguing for the age limit?
I know.
Look, I mean, I don't disagree
How
that
about
old
this?
folks can swing elections, but
Yeah.
if you are frustrated, if you're 20, 30, 40, you can go vote.
Well, y'all should get motivated.
I am going. I go. You don't.
I vote.
You had the mayor in your town, your town, one vote. You couldn't name either of the candidates, and you would have swung the election with your vote, and you didn't vote.
How about if you're going to put an age limit
Yeah.
or age max, I should say, on a job? If you once you reach that age, your coworkers get to vote whether or not they want to keep you around.
No, because no one would vote them out.
How do you know?
Look,
She wants to vote me out.
there's been a
I'm
lot
talking
of
about
get
you.
Tommy out of this room talk this week.
I was talking about you.
Look, there's some dicks I work with. I don't
It'd
think
all be anonymous.
I would not have the balls to vote get him out.
Yeah, what happened? There's some
Really?
guys that used to be around here.
Like if
you wanted them out.
There's
right?
one.
if
There's
they
one.
sent
There's
you
two.
an email.
No, even that other guy, as much as we didn't, we butted heads, I still couldn't
No?
throw him out the door. I couldn't.
There are plenty of people that I've worked with that I would have no problem clicking yes to in an anonymous.
She cold, man. I'm telling you, she
an
cold.
anonymous survey.
Really?
Yeah.
Look, I mean,
Right.
I don't want to see someone thrown out of something they love
No,
to
like they
do.
I
reached
couldn't vote
reached
it
the
either,
limit.
but-
They kind of knew it was coming, but like if they decide like, hey, I want to stay.
It's like a death panel.
And your coworkers get to decide whether or not you're still valuable to your job.
You're a monster.
I don't see that as a problem.
Here's
Because if
the-
you're really well liked and you're good at your job, then they're going to vote to keep you.
No, but there's a difference in what you just said.
What's that?
Well liked and good at your job.
I think that matters. Though.
No, here's why it doesn't. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Mm.
The reason that some of these, judges that we're talking about continue to get elected over and over and over again, despite the fact that they're not good at their job and maybe losing their faculties, is because they are well liked, right?
Yeah.
They have some connection with the folks that, pick the candidates. Folks in town recognize their name and see them at, restaurants and sporting events. They go, oh, I like him. It's why we have bad politicians throughout the country.
Yeah.
Is because folks like them. They're not good at their jobs.
Yeah.
Folks like them.
But they're going to get voted in anyways.
But that's the point I'm making. Like, you said if they're well-liked and do their job, they'll get to stay. They can be well-liked and not do their job
I
and still
guess.
get to stay. Like, no one would vote Tommy out. I mean, as much as he doesn't do anything, people like him for some reason.
Yeah.
So he'd get to stay forever.
Yeah, but
Everybody likes
if it
Tommy.
makes the workplace a better place.
Well, you're singing your butterfly songs.
Yeah. Mr. Butterwings fly.
It is weird that the state of New York picked a 70 age limit for judge, but no other elected
Yeah.
position.
Mm.
Because you can make
Right,
an
'cause
argument.
that's when you have direct influence on somebody.
Yeah, I mean, checks and balances and
Yeah.
everything. But if they're worried about the faculties of a 70-year-old for a judge, what about senator, mayor, governor?
Oh, that's why I like the term limits and
Yeah,
and
that
the
kinda-
age cutoff. Yeah,
But again, term limit is different than age cutoff.
Yeah, but it's
true.
What was Tom Richards
Still
was
a
the
way
mayor
to
before
regulate
Lovely
it.
Warren?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut
You're
you
the
off.
old guy.
Yeah, but he was in his late 60s when
Oh
he ran
yeah,
for mayor the first time?
He was a one and done. I thought.
Yeah. So, but I mean,
Yeah.
you get what I'm saying. Like what? Donald Trump didn't run for president until he was in his
70s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, 60s.
Yeah, no, he was 70 when he ran.
For the first time?
I thought so. Because he's almost 80.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, he was in his early
It's been-
70s.
it's been one run presidents for the last 3
It's hard to know Trump's age because he always wears the same outfit. Like there's no when you look at Trump over the last 30 years, he sticks with the same suit, so you really don't get any time perspective on
Yeah,
it.
the style doesn't change.
You have to look at the shade of the color of his face.
All right, let's take a break.
Hey.
Very scary day
What?
at a local community college.
Oh,
Did you see the story yesterday?
No,
How
wait.
did you miss this story yesterday?
MCC?
No, different local community.
Oh.
College. And look, these are obviously scary. And if you were on this campus at the time and you hear this, you
Terrifying.
were,
What happened?
well, we're going to tell you what happened. And look, there's usually, Kimmy, one of two reasons why people do this. There is one where you go, okay, that is the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah,
You should
what are
be
you
punished.
getting out of it?
I understand. There's another that's a little scarier. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Very scary day in the Finger Lakes yesterday.
So what happened?
Shut a place down. And the allegations against one man, I mean, they're not new. We've heard of this before. But it may be important to try and figure out why this happened.
Oh.
Because as weird as it sounds, there are reasons these happen that you may understand. Doesn't make it good,
All right.
but it's logical.
Okay.
And reasons that would make these suspects total psychopaths.
Oh, wow.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Yesterday, the campus of Finger Lakes Community College was evacuated and shut down for the day
Whole day.
after a bomb threat.
Jesus.
Story on News 8 says around 9 a.m., a student left a classroom and notified campus police that someone had set down a backpack in class and then claimed the backpack had a bomb in it.
God damn.
After the kid went and talked to somebody,
Yeah.
FLCC called the Ontario County Sheriff's Department. They then evacuated the campus. They did what they call a silent evacuation.
No, there's no alarm.
Yeah, no, they just told everybody to get the heck out.
All right.
The bomb squad from the Monroe County Sheriff's Department came out to deal with it because, according to the story,
Yeah.
the Ontario County Sheriff's Department does not have a bomb squad.
Well, maybe because only big cities run into this situation.
But it's still a county.
You would think
Yeah, but it's
there's
pretty
still
sprawling.
somebody ready for that situation.
I just assumed every
Yeah.
sheriff's department had a bomb squad.
So who?
Monroe County.
Or
So
somebody-
those guys had to come out.
Yeah, they
okay.
respond.
So maybe they're the bomb squad for the region.
Well, no, I would assume Erie County has a bomb squad,
Oh,
right?
I don't know.
I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah.
Now, look, again, I don't know anything
Yeah.
about city planning or law enforcement, but, bombs can explode pretty fast.
Yeah.
Dave, get out here as fast as you can!
Well, I always assumed that every town had a SWAT team. I
No.
always thought like smaller rural areas don't have a SWAT team because they don't have the
Understand?
money.
Yeah. But I thought the state troopers had a SWAT team.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Anyway,
All right.
Kimmy, by the way, did you know why Tommy did stand up so much in Ontario County back in the day?
Why is that,
I
Pat?
No bomb squad to stop him. Just bombs all over the place. It would have been funnier had you, when I said Kimmy,
I know you
had you not
responded.
answered it.
This was between you two.
Just stabbed my joke in the chest. So it turns out
Yeah.
the bomb threat at FLCC yesterday was bogus. The bag was safe, but out of precaution, the campus stayed closed as dogs went through the entire campus to make sure nothing else was dangerous. They also made an arrest. The person they say made the bomb threat. A 19-year-old student who has been charged with falsely reporting an incident. He was brought to the Ontario County Jail. As far as we know, he is still there this morning.
Yeah.
News 8
He's going to fall behind.
News 8 says the Ontario County Sheriff's Department also is interviewing folks who know the suspect as part of the investigation.
Okay.
So, the good news,
What's the good news, Pat?
no one was hurt, false alarm.
Yeah.
School, Sheriff's Department, school employees, and the students, they're all getting high marks from everybody for the way they handled this. Apparently, according to some folks that are writing us, they had everyone go to CMAC and hang out.
Oh.
Luckily, James Taylor was there. I break into a grin from me. That's why I'm here. But why the bomb threat was made yesterday, I think matters.
Okay.
And let me be clear.
Why this kid pulled a move?
Yes, right off, allegedly.
Yeah.
And right off the bat, I want to say, no matter the reason, if this 19-year-old kid is guilty, punish him to the fullest extent of the law.
Yeah.
You can't do this, especially with how crazy the world
Yeah.
is right now.
Yeah.
With that being said, if this is a bomb threat from someone who is just trying to scare people or make some kind of point, had some bigger agenda,
Yeah.
that seems scarier to me than what the alternative could be.
What do you mean?
The kid didn't want to be in class.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he just wanted to try to get out of something, maybe.
Are there finals going on with colleges right
Got to be. It's the
yeah.
end of the year, right?
May, yep.
now? Okay.
I actually would think they're almost done.
So was there an exam that kid had yesterday? And I'm asking a serious question.
I mean, that's a valid point.
If you
Yeah.
if you Google it, you will find countless stories of college kids who did not prepare for final exams, calling in bomb threats to
Like
get more
pulling the
time.
fire alarm type of move, yeah.
Yeah, except bomb.
Yeah, but I'm saying like those moves.
But
There's also a shocking. I'm sorry, Kim. I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay.
There's also a shocking amount of college kids who have called in bomb threats to graduation ceremonies because it turns out they didn't graduate, but their family came in to watch them walk and they
but
didn't
that's
tell them.
weird though because you can still walk without graduating. You can actually walk anytime you want.
Wait, so I could just go to a college and walk across the stage?
Yeah, they don't actually give you they give you your diploma later, so they're just handing you like almost like a fake roll
It's
of
like a
paper.
gift card.
Yeah, like
I'll go
there are
do
a
that
lot
at
of
RIT
people
this
that will graduate because they don't have graduation ceremonies over the summer. So if you still have like a few credits you have to wrap up, you can walk the stage
Oh.
and then finish it
I
up
did
later.
not know that.
Well, if you Google it, there are kids
All
who
right.
apparently did not know
Yeah.
that. All right,
Yeah.
what I'm getting at is this.
All right.
I can understand logically a 19-year-old kid feeling trapped, making a mistake like this to try and get out of something.
Yeah.
The other one,
Yeah.
where you have a point to prove or something is going on in your life or whatever, that feels more dangerous.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. More threatening.
Yeah, when you have stuff like this with no logic, it becomes frightening.
Yeah.
More frightening. And, like, don't get me wrong. I don't want to downplay what happened because we're getting more messages here. There are folks writing us. I don't want to say names. I don't know who's allowed to say. But folks whose spouses worked at FLCC said there were armed police officers with automatic weapons showing up all over the place. It got really, really scary.
Well, yeah, I would think, right? They don't know what they're walking into.
Right? Yeah, I get it. Yes. But, like, I mean, again, imagine you went to work that day, you went to school that day,
Yeah.
and out of nowhere, please leave.
Yeah.
And as you're leaving, you don't know what's going
come
on.
the troops.
And there's people with semi-automatic weapons walking
Yeah.
through the school.
Yeah, they ain't messing.
Not great.
Mm-hmm.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this bomb threat yesterday at Finger Lakes Community College. A 19-year-old is in custody. They evacuated the campus, shut it down for the day, sent the dogs in. Good news, no bomb. Bad news for this 19-year-old kid. He's facing charges, obviously. There is a third potential way this went down,
What's that?
if the allegations are true. Like this kid was making some kind of joke,
It could be.
or the other
Like
kid
a gag.
or the other kid misunderstood a comment, right?
Yeah.
And if that's the case, now it wouldn't be the person who reported its
Yeah.
fault, right? Like
Right.
just
Better
being
No,
cautious, right? But I would feel really bad for the guy that was
Yeah.
arrested.
Because I was thinking, it just doesn't make much sense that you would do this and not think it wasn't going to be linked back to you.
Yeah, it's going to F your whole life up.
So
I mean, it literally came from you to somebody else. Like they're gonna point at you, be like that's who said it.
This
if
is
that
going to
was your
chase you
intention.
forever.
yeah, although I am surprised that the only charge you face, or at least he's facing right now, would be falsely reporting an incident. Because like that runs the gamut.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like there was an entire campus evacuated. They brought a bomb squad in from another county.
Well, maybe there's more stuff coming.
Possibly.
You know what I
possibly.
mean?
But like, let's say in a hypothetical situation, it was just a misheard comment
Yeah.
or a joke that didn't land the right way.
Yeah.
Right? And like this kid's mugshot's out now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's effed.
Like I am interested. I really hope
It's
there's
it's just a dumb move that a kid would do.
Yeah, but then again, I mean, look, man, we run our mouths all the time and make stupid jokes.
Yes, we do.
I
Right.
would think that would prevent you from going to that school again.
I got kicked out of a community college.
I don't know how that would work out for you. If you
Yeah,
wanted
that
to
doesn't
continue
sound
with your
good.
education, even anywhere.
I've never heard of anyone being kicked out
I
of
didn't think you could.
Well, I think a bomb threat would probably
That
do
would
it.
have to be. It would have to be that drastic.
Like, what else could get you thrown out of a community?
Because they take it.
It would have to be
Anybody can
something
go to a
safety
community
related.
college, right?
Well, you have to have a high school or equivalent degree.
Yeah, but that's it, right?
Well, again,
I mean, there's no
you're saying
entrance-
an awful lot of that's it for a man who negotiated
That's
his way
it.
out
But
of high
I could
school.
go. I could go take a class at
Yeah.
MCC,
Yes, you could.
and I got a busted ass 50-year-old South Florida degree.
Yeah, but that's what community colleges
Yeah,
are for.
yeah.
Right? It's inexpensive and it's a
Anybody, you're all welcome.
Yeah, there's no barrier to entry.
Yeah.
You say it like it's a bad thing.
No, is it?
I
It's a
do
low bar.
wonder, could you imagine?
Whoa.
You couldn't do it. We've talked about this. You couldn't pass a class at MCC.
What? Maybe some class.
I will let you. I will pay for it, and I will let you pick the class. And I am willing to bet all of my salary, all $47 of it, that you cannot pass any class.
I could do some of them classes.
Kemi, help me out here, for God's sake.
I don't know about that. Maybe something he would be actually interested in. Maybe he would pay attention.
Do they have a porn class?
Yeah, your mom's in it.
For God's sakes. Yeah, I love how when he makes it, he looks
Room
at Kimmy.
69,
I know.
He
guys.
looks right at
I
Kimmy
know.
like, did I do
Yeah,
good?
that-
Did I do good?
funny, right?
Kid can't even read. He's going to pass a community college
I can
course.
read your mama.
Shit, that doesn't even make sense.
Oh, she's a quick read.
See, always one step too far.
Could you imagine? Let's say finals are going on,
All right.
and you are a kid in this building, in any building, I guess, really, right? Because they've evacuated.
They evacuated the
everything.
entire campus, yeah.
You're in the middle of a test, and you're like, "Oh my God, I don't know anything that's on this test." And then they tell you got to get out. What an effing relief it would have.
But you still
got
got to go back and take the test.
But you
Yeah,
now
but
know
now
what you don't
now I
know.
can go flip through my notes
okay.
real quick
All right.
and like.
I didn't
Yeah,
think
we're
about
shut
it
down
that-
for the day, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you would
I mean,
catch up.
I bet you there were if finals were going on at that time, there were a few kids that were saved.
I didn't think
How
about
are you
that.
not prepared for, like,
No,
finals
I mean
at
sometimes you
junior
get there and you're
college?
like this. There's a heavy emphasis on something I didn't study as much, and you're screwed.
I'd also be pissed off if if it just screws your day up. Like you got to go back now. Like you got to do something.
I
add
think
an extra
even if
day
I-
to my week.
Let's keep in mind, though, these are a lot of 18, 19, 20,
Yeah.
21-year-old kids.
Yeah.
I never had a day of class cancel where I'm like, oh, man.
Yeah, but you've got to.
oh, no.
But you're at the end of the year where
Yeah.
you're dying to like get this done, aren't you?
Yeah, you're dying to get it done, but at the same time, like, you get there and you're like, I could have spent maybe a little bit more time
All right.
even
reading stuff.
Even if you are prepared, though, like, there's
Yeah.
nothing better than a free
Yeah.
day.
No, that's true.
Although you were stuck
But
at
yeah,
CMAC.
but you just had to go stand in
Yeah.
a parking lot.
You should. I wonder if they at least let them do karaoke. You know what I mean? Like, that would have been like, yeah, guys,
On stage and have some fun.
we all had a scary time, but we got this Toby Keith CD with no
Right.
words on it. Put a boot in your ass. It is interesting to see over the years
Yeah.
the reaction to how bomb threats have changed because they're not new,
No.
but because of all the terrible things in
Oh,
the news that we see every day now,
Yeah.
they do feel more alarming. And I think
Yeah, nobody's messing around.
I think you could also make the argument if there is one group of people who are going to take something like this the most serious, it's people that are in college right now. Because, like, you think about the average kid that was in this classroom.
Yeah.
They've only known a world where school shootings are normal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right? They've grown up with drills in every school they've been to.
They've seen the videos.
Yes, to try and keep them safe against them. Every airport trip they've ever taken has TSA. They have been screened like crazy for every sporting event or concert they've ever been to. I mean, they've been conditioned, and for a reason, to expect something like this could happen at any time.
Yeah.
And it's easy to look at this story as like just another like no big deal weird event. But it's also hard, the ages we are,
Yeah.
to put yourself in the mind of someone that's been told since they were born that this thing can happen.
Oh,
to
yeah.
Feels more real to
Yeah.
them. Yeah.
Right? Like, I don't know what that feels like.
It must be they're normal.
But it wasn't normal enough where the kid ignored it.
No, true.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, because I'll be honest with you, man. Like, if a kid would have said something like that to me when I was that age, I don't know if I would have reacted that
Yeah,
way.
I would
It's
think
stu-
that, but he ain't doing nothing.
It's
Yeah.
stupid, but I don't know if I would have reacted
Like
that
in
way.
my day, nobody would react to that.
But, like, I don't know. I guess until seeing this story yesterday, I didn't really think
All
about
right.
that. And, like, anyone that has kids now, that's the world they live in.
Yeah.
All right, like if you go to a Bills game, you walk past guys with automatic weapons
Yeah,
to
and you
go
gotta-
through a metal detector and get patted down. And if you are planning on doing that this year, we've got some really bad news.
How about going to the Bills game?
Oh, my God.
What happened?
Oh, my God.
What did I miss?
Now that the schedule is out, you can buy tickets
Oh,
on the secondary
baby.
market. We have the list
Yeah.
of the 5 most expensive games to get a ticket to league-wide.
All right.
And it's from a very reliable source.
Okay.
And the Bills don't just show up once.
Damn.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. But first,
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
What happened?
Oh, my God. I don't know if you don't have tickets yet
Yeah.
to Highmark Stadium, how people are going to afford
Really?
this last season at Highmark Stadium. Because now that the schedule is out, folks
Yeah.
can start selling tickets on the secondary market. And we have from a very reputable source
Okay.
the most expensive tickets for games in the NFL league-wide.
Mm.
And the Bills show up more than once.
Buckle
Really?
up, buddy.
You're hanging out in the break
Start
room.
saving now.
Seriously, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So we told you this story this morning. We know the Bills' schedule is out.
Yeah.
Five primetime games. 3 of them are at home, and you are opening up Sunday Night Football live on NBC versus the Baltimore Ravens. I would like to say it in this time period because we got made fun of so hard. That's why Josh was going to be on today's show.
Okay.
That's why opening on NBC. And that's where the story starts. Yesterday, Adam Schefter of ESPN, you familiar?
Yeah.
Put out the list of the 5 most expensive average ticket prices for NFL games this season.
Damn. And these are actual just single games.
Single game tickets. This is per seat.
Man.
And these are on the secondary market. So these are people that had tickets and are selling them. Of the top 5 most expensive games, 2 of them are in Orchard Park.
Damn.
The Ravens opener we just
That
mentioned
makes sense.
comes in at 4. The average price for a ticket to that game right now is $1,183.
You're kidding me.
That is the average price.
That's got to be a record.
Average. You want to guess what the other game is?
Well, probably Kansas City.
Nope. Kimmy? Nope, you're done. You have lost. Good day, sir.
It's got to be another primetime game. So, is it? Is it the Patriots?
You guys
game?
are going to feel so dumb.
The Eagles game.
The other game that is on the most expensive ticket list for the Bills,
What's that?
the last game of the season, Bills versus Jets,
You don't even know what
Oh.
time it is yet.
or day. It could
Yeah.
be Saturday, Sunday,
Because it's
Thursday.
but it's not the last.
It's the
Because
last-
if they make the
it's-
playoffs, it's not the last
But it's
game ever.
potentially the last
All right.
game.
No, I think I'm with Tommy on this one. So the average price for Bills Jets last regular season game at Highmark is $1,169 on the secondary market. The thought you just had,
It's not going to be if they make the playoffs.
knocking on wood.
Yeah.
Well, unless they made it as a wild card, then they're not coming back.
Yeah, that would be the last one.
But no, but that could still have potential of coming
no,
back
'cause
if you
you're
win
the
a game.
If
and-
you're the 7th seed, you would.
Oh yeah. All right.
No, I'm with you. Like,
Yeah.
if the Bills don't make the playoffs this year, something went seriously, seriously wrong.
All right. So
Yeah.
if they go all the way to the AFC Championship
Mm-hmm.
and it's at home, and it's the last game, and it's potential they're going to go to the Super Bowl.
That would be, by the way, the only way to guarantee their last game was at Highmark would be a home AFC Championship game.
That ticket, would if the opening's 1,000,
No,
can't
opening
imagine.
is
It's over $1,000.
Yeah, 1,183.
yeah. So what's that? 2G?
I don't know. That average. I don't
Because you got those two things coming together.
know. Yeah, you're right.
Well, you got to figure
Man, it
right
ain't
now
worth
this season, every single Bills fan that's never been to a game is going to maybe want to try to get in on at least a game
But
this
it ain't
season.
worth it at
Or people that haven't been in
$1,000.
years, like they want to take in like that last, like the pool of people this year that want to get in on a Bills game has to be huge.
Oh, there's something else you're not considering. Because you're right. People all across Western New York want to get into that stadium one more
Yeah.
time to say goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
There's also going to be a pilgrimage home. We know that Western New Yorkers over the last 20, 30 years have moved to, certain hot spots in the country.
Oh, yeah.
Carolinas, California, Vegas, all that stuff. Bills fans travel well.
Yeah.
Those people are going to make pilgrimages
That's
home.
what I mean. All Bills
pilgrimages.
fans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's going to keep driving up the price.
Well, here's the thing. I am going to make a prediction.
All right, what do you got?
All right. If I'm going to be ticket stockbroker Pat Duffy,
Yeah.
take all of my advice with a grain of salt, please. Don't buy those tickets now.
It's not worth it.
It's going to come down.
There's no way it's worth $1,000 to sit in that raggedy stadium on opening day with lousy food.
Well, it's prime time against one of the best teams in the
Yeah.
NFL.
I got
who
it,
played
but
an
it ain't a
unbelievable
grand.
game against the Bills last year. You get Lamar Jackson versus Josh Allen the last
Is that
two
worth
MVPs.
$1,000?
No, I don't think so.
Of course not.
I
Bro,
can't imagine.
That's what I spend on my season
Yeah.
tickets.
You got to be a sucker. You got to be a super sucker.
Super Sucker?
Yeah, you got to be an SS super sucker to be spending $1,000 to watch that game. Go home. Take that $1,000 and put it in your other pocket. You just saved a G.
This is also going to be a season, I'm guessing, where it's going to be the least amount of away fans ever.
Yeah, it's fair. I think it's a fair statement.
You know,
Nobody's going to want to
like
sell.
what away fan is going to
Wanna
purchase
spend-
a ticket
Yeah.
that
Let me ask you a question.
expensive?
Because I know he's got the bank.
Yeah.
You ain't got the bank.
Yeah.
Are you going to go?
I'm going to try to get to a game this year.
Are you going to spend
I don't
that
know
kind of
which
money?
one, but I'm going to probably find a cheaper one to go to.
Look, I mean, there will be cheaper games to go to. I mean, you look down the
mid-season,
schedule.
sometimes it falls a little bit.
Although, I mean, like we said today, so the Bills have 9 home games. Only 2 of them are Sunday at 1 o'clock.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
So if you want to go to a Sunday 1 o'clock game, which is the best experience for a Bills game, it's New Orleans. September 28th. Yeah, that's going to be a rough game to watch. And it's Tampa Bay, who was a playoff team last year, and you got Baker Mayfield.
All right.
All right, so that's kind of
Great
exciting.
actor.
But that's it.
Movie star.
And then maybe
Yeah.
the Jets, depending on where a Saturday, Sunday, 4:25, primetime Thursday night, whatever. We don't know yet.
All right.
Last game of the season. Just wait on it. All those primetime tickets are going to be super expensive, too, just because of the primetime.
Yeah.
And like early on, like we're loaded up with primetime games, like we said early this morning, early in the season. Miami, Thursday Night Football, Week 3. You've got New England, Sunday Night Football, Week 5, and then the Ravens open.
Do you think the Thursday night game is going to – because every time the Bills have a primetime game on a weekday, it always – the whole city of Buffalo has to shift around like their schedule.
Yeah, like
school-wise
Orchard
and
Park has to let the
everything.
kids out of school
Yeah.
at by
Yeah.
noon. Yeah.
I mean, that's again. I would imagine it has to affect that again this season.
I wonder how many guys and gals, I mean, just for the potential profit of tickets. I mean, do you give up the opportunity to spend as much time in that stadium?
Oh, cash out.
I don't think you understand.
Man, that last day in the stadium doesn't mean squat.
It does. Bro, you know my history. I've been going since I was 4. I was like raised in that place.
Take the money.
No, I won't.
Oh,
I won't.
man, I would cash out so fast.
You can't get that back. It's over. They're going to knock it down. It's never going to be a thing again.
Yeah, I get something nice and new.
Well, Nick didn't know. By
By
the way,
I'm going to need that money for nice and new because what's the price of the first game of the new stadium? No matter what's that going to cost?
well, that's the heartbreaking part.
10G, and they throw it at you.
That's the heartbreaking part of this.
What's
is
that?
we sit here and we go, wow, $1,000 average ticket. That could be what we're looking at now for every game.
Mm-hmm.
With the cost of this new stadium, the
But they're
PSLs.
pricing out the little guy.
No, I mean they are.
The little guy's out back.
They are legitimately pricing out the little guy because you're sitting here going, sell your tickets or don't spend the money. That could be what every game costs across the street.
All right.
And that's what, by the way, that's what you've been asking for
What?
the last 5 years. New stadium, no big deal. It'll be cool. Well, this is what you wanted. You got it.
I
and you
do.
just sat here and said, don't spend your money on something stupid like that.
I'm staying home.
Yeah, which is why it was stupid for you to argue for the new stadium.
I want to see a nice new stadium instead of that cruddy old thing.
Okay, I love that cruddy old thing.
It looks like a butt.
I would.
But
It does.
Now you know he's out of it.
I know.
Bro, it looks like a
butt.
rectum.
Why would you go to Dr. Buttface McGillicuddy and get your
Everybody
butt
else,
surgery?
Everybody else has glitz or tradition. But this is just a
We
pit.
have that is tradition.
No, I'm talking about like Lambeau. Even the Chiefs stadium looks better than that
No.
stadium, and they were built at the same time.
I told you they did an immaculate job at taking care of it. Although,
But it looks cool.
It does. I went and saw it in person.
It kind of reminds me of Dodger Stadium a little bit.
Okay, I'm done with you in Dodger Stadium.
Oh, it's good.
Which, by the way, is the biggest dump in Major League
But it
Baseball,
looks
and you
cool on
revere
TV.
that place.
I wonder how many guys had a plan of selling their tickets for this season to pay for, or at least help pay for, their tickets for. It's got to be such a. You're doing gymnastics in your head because yes, you may be missing out on the last season at Highmark Stadium, but the only way to afford the new tickets.
Well, that's what
would
I was
be
saying.
to
I'm
do
cashing
that,
out for the new
on
stadium.
photos.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you
Yeah.
decide to sell your season and the Bills are good and it's I mean, like
Invest in the future, Pat.
you might be able to pay for your PSL. I don't know.
Look at that.
I don't know. But then again, what's the point of being a Bills fan and loving the history if you're not there for the end of it?
Sell the history, baby.
Oh, hey, did you go see Top Gun? How'd it go? I don't know. I left with 15 minutes left. Guy paid me $4 for my ticket. We'll take one more call, 252 WCMF. Again, Adam Schefter of ESPN has the top 5 most expensive average tickets for individual games across the NFL this year. The Bills show up twice. Opening night right now, the average price against the Ravens, $1,183 to get in. The other game that showed up, the last game of the season, last regular season game at Highmark, $1,169 average. Chris has got the last word on CMF. Hey, Chris, buddy, how are you?
Morning. You know what you're not thinking of is that last game of the season, the Bills could have things all wrapped up, so you're spending all that money to watch backups.
Yeah, I mean, I would wait. Like I said, yeah, he's right. You could be spending $1,500 to go watch Mitchell Trubisky hand a ball off for 3.5 quarters. So, great talk, Chris. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right. You're not going to believe this, but I got the scientific facts to back it up.
Okay.
Because you say you look around, you see nothing but people that are out of shape.
We're all flab.
Yeah, flabby. It turns out that, one, your mind is playing tricks on you. And two, when it comes to where we live, we are actually unbelievably better off
We're fit.
than other places in America. And we'll get to it next here at the Break Room on CMF. Tommy, you're not going to want to believe it.
What happened?
But we got the data to back it up.
Okay.
And I'll agree. It does not make much sense based on where we live, but it turns out for places that are burning fat
Yep.
and keeping ourselves in decent shape, it doesn't get much better than where we are
Really?
right now.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. New York State is one of the most in-shape places in America.
Damn. I know where the fatties are.
Okay, we'll get to that. And by the way, I guess best in shape is the wrong way to put it. In front of us, we have the rankings of the most obese states in the U.S.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, New York is looking really good.
Okay.
We're only fourth from the bottom.
Oh, wait, what?
Okay, let me put it like we're fourth best.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm saying like the,
I got
the
you.
the
most
worst
obese
is out.
state
I
is
gotcha,
number.
I
Okay,
gotcha,
yeah.
I
So
gotcha.
only Colorado, Hawaii, Massachusetts, and California. So
Man,
fifth.
Mass is a surprise.
Yeah. They have fewer obese residents
All right.
than New York State. Right now, about 1 in 4 residents in New York are classified as obese. Is this surprising to you guys?
Yeah,
like it's
just
still
because
a
we're
lot of
so
people.
locked in for 7 months.
Okay.
Not a
And
lot
we
of-
love really bad food around
So
here.
cold weather, big
Good
food
food,
culture,
yeah.
drinking culture is huge here too.
Booze.
Other than New York City, it's not a very walkable state.
All of that is true. Yet here we sit
All right.
in better shape than the rest of the country.
All right.
So I'll start with this. The phone number being 252-WCMF, 252-9263. According to these numbers we have, why does the state of New York do so well with all of the checks we have against us? Because I agree with everything you just said.
I will say that, but if you look at the entire state, the majority of the state lives around the 5 boroughs, right?
Okay.
Biggest area. And that. And,
By the way, he couldn't say New York City. He had to try and sound hip in his tracksuit.
Well,
no, but I didn't
It
want to say
incorporates
just.
a large
But I'm
area.
thinking like, but it's a walkable city.
LL Bean Cool J.
You don't see a lot of fat people in New York City because
Really?
everybody walks.
When's the
It would be
last time you went to New
uncomfortable.
York? I was there in September.
But you're going to tell me the average Manhattan,
Yeah, I mean,
they walk.
it would be very uncomfortable to be a big person in the
Yeah.
city.
Okay.
And I think that keeps our numbers down.
Okay. But I mean, even around the greater Rochester area, we
I
do.
don't see a lot of walkers, though.
No, take the walking away.
Walking.
Like, despite
You know?
despite the cold weather we have for 7 months,
Yeah.
we do embrace winter activity.
All right.
There's a hell of a lot more outdoor activities in the winter now than there were. Hockey's huge,
Mm-hmm.
skiing, snowboarding, they become more affordable than in the past. You get the idea,
All right.
Yeah.
right? We also have access to a lot of cheap vegetables in our region compared to other places in the country. A lot of farms in the area.
All right.
Grocery stores bring that in. You also have a ton of farmers markets. I mean, hell, the city of Rochester has multiple vegetable farmers markets, which is unique to urban areas.
All right. So we're eating good.
Maybe.
And we're getting off our ass.
What else is keeping us from being higher on the obesity list? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because, like, you bring up walking cities. There are
Yeah.
other walking cities in America where their states didn't show up.
Oh,
on
really?
this. Well, I mean, Atlanta's not, people walk around Atlanta all the time. Think of, like, major metropolitan cities where there are more people more likely to walk and not use public transportation. There's not a city like that in Colorado.
No.
Hawaii. Massachusetts has Boston, I guess.
Yeah. But I'm thinking like, I know like all the southern cities usually tend to go fat and horrible health.
All right, I know you're itching. to
No,
get
no,
here.
but I'm just saying.
no.
But Atlanta's not a walking city.
I understand. Well, there's more people taking public transportation and moving around
All
than there
right.
are having cars.
All right.
I know you're dying again.
No.
No, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do Tommy Show. Tommy Show. Would you like to take a shot, because you're feeling all confident,
Yeah.
at the most obese state in the United States of America?
I'm going to say it's Mississippi.
And you would be wrong.
I bet you I'm damn close.
Mississippi came in third.
Wow.
But you were talking a lot of crap. Kimmy, would you like to take a shot at the most obese state in the United States of America?
What did Tommy just say?
Where he said Mississippi.
Pick one
I'll
close.
Keep it in the South here. I'm gonna go Alabama.
They came in fifth. You're
Okay.
gonna hate yourself for this. West Virginia, the most obese state in America.
I just don't think of it as having a huge population, so it just doesn't stick out in my mind. You know
well,
what I mean?
something's
It's a
sticking out.
very northern southern state.
Yeah.
It is. 41% of residents of West Virginia, are obese.
So nobody climbs up those mountains.
I was
Go
gonna say a
home.
lot of hills, a lot of hill walking. You would think that would
Yeah.
keep the numbers down.
Big sturdy women.
So it goes West Virginia, Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, Oklahoma, Iowa, Kentucky.
Yeah, it's all Dixie Crystal.
You know, as we talk about what makes puts places in better
Yeah.
shape, you know what I'm saying? It's always been confusing to me how the southern states have done so poorly with this forever.
Yeah.
You have warm weather year-round, which
Yes, you
allows
do.
you to be active.
But it's also miserably hot.
Understood. But you also have statistically a higher percentage of residents with physical jobs in those states. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That would increase activity. And I know southern food is traditionally heavy and not good for you, but we're the city of garbage plates
Yeah.
and Italian food. Like
I know.
I know it's ridiculous in the South, but I can't point to things we eat up here and be like, wow, that's way better than
That's
chicken
true.
fried steak.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But they
Do
put
we-
gravy on everything,
So good.
even the coffee.
Do we, in general, though, have more weather where you can be outside for? Because, like, in the South, especially in the summer, like, most people stay inside, right? Because it's so freaking hot. Like, all you want to do is go
The
inside
humidity.
and sit.
Pat.
And don't even get me started about the taxes. Okay, so you're saying it is easier to be
Just
active.
because it's generally more mild here.
It's easier to be active in 20-degree weather than it is 100-degree weather?
Oh, yeah, probably
think so.
She's right.
Okay. You do need the motivation to get your ass out the door.
You do, because
Yeah.
it's always. I'm
But you
just
got to
surprised 'cause
shovel. To
it's-
get out the door takes work.
But you have to mow your lawn in the South year-round. I mean, that's moving.
Yeah.
Is it not?
Uh,
I mean, like,
Well-
whatever equivalent you come up with for winter
Yeah.
in Rochester, you could argue for blistering summer in Alabama, Arkansas, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Kentucky. I don't know.
All
It's
right.
weird. Look,
Well, they're also very poor states. Extremely poor.
again, I know that we do better, but there's a ton of extremely poor people that live in New York State, both rural and urban.
But not like the South, bro.
Yeah, you're right about
Those states are really crappy
that.
states.
You're okay. You're right about that. So
you
you're
wouldn't
saying
you wouldn't want to spend a minute in Jackson, Mississippi.
that the poverty. Okay.
The food, the heat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody's a double wide.
252, folks. Oh,
They
look,
are.
the Monroe County Bomb Squad's coming out here. 252 WCMF 252-9263. The state of New York is ranked surprisingly high
We're looking good.
for percentage of obese residents in state. About 1 in 4 of us are registered like it's a gun.
So a quarter of us are fat.
Yeah, well, no, obese.
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 Yeah.
That
That's
is-
still pretty
that's a
high.
lot-
Man.
That's
25%.
a big number. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that is 5th from the bottom,
All
so we're
right.
doing pretty damn good. Let's talk to Greg. Hey, Greg, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing well, thanks.
What do you got?
All right, so I'm going to throw a couple out there, and Kimmy made me think of one about the cold. So we have the Finger Lakes, we have Lake Ontario, we have the Canal Pass, and for winter, I'm going to throw in Bristol and Swain, not too far away.
Okay.
So there's my get out and exercise pitch.
Okay, so you're arguing that we, without realizing
The
it, just
activities.
doing stuff we do is getting us activity.
Yeah, because they're fun. People don't like to just exercise to go to the gym, but we have cool stuff to do, I guess I would say.
Okay, Greg, are you a man who is under the obesity line?
No, my BMI is like very good. Very, very good.
All right, good for you, Greg. Everybody hates you. Thanks for the call, Greg. Have a good rest of the day.
I know. Should I pat myself on the back or whatever? No, I do like to exercise. And
Nobody asked you, Greg.
Hashtag stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Hashtag no days
Well,
off.
one last one for Tommy, and we have Jenny Light readily available. So there you
Yeah,
go.
we have light beer. Nobody else has that.
Greg, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. So Greg actually brings up something.
What's that?
If we're being real, the way that they measure obesity here
Yeah.
isn't the best way to actually see how healthy
Oh.
or in shape people are. So they use BMI, body
Right.
mass index. And if you're not familiar with that, it is your weight in kilograms divided by your height squared.
So how much fat you carrying?
No, it's
On
how
your
much
frame?
weight you're carrying.
Oh.
And look, it's a really quick and easy way to get a snapshot of somebody's fat.
Yeah.
But there are lots of ways it can be thrown off person to person. For example, I am right on the line of obese, according to my BMI.
Wow.
I looked it up last night, and I was not happy with myself, so I will not be eating this week.
But you lost all that weight.
It's muscle weighs into it, bone density.
Oh, so you just
In fact,
want to talk about how muscular you are
I
now?
also said bone
I
density.
have really developed myself. So actually, it's not fat; it's muscle.
Also,
Ask
just-
him
was
about
this
his
whole
kettlebell
break-
swings.
Was this whole break just to get down to your body?
I brought
I know.
up bone
You
density
just-
too.
You just made fun of Greg.
I know you. I know he set me up. He asked me a question to be a dick. You set me up because I made the Bomb Squad joke twice today.
I have really good bone density.
Yeah, I heard you do.
Yeah, I gave it to your mom
Yeah,
last
no,
night.
that's not. I was doing a joke. Damn it. The point I'm getting at is
Yeah.
So bodybuilders have high BMI because of their
Mass.
muscle.
Yes, and there
All
are
right.
actually people who are just naturally muscular.
Yeah.
That your BMI will always be high. So I don't know.
But there's a lot of doughy mofos out there, man.
But
You see them waddling all over.
But he's saying you can't tell the difference with that measurement.
I get it, but I don't think there's so many muscular people that it's.
Okay, I think it affects more people than you think.
It really does, men and women. And here, no, look, you're right. For a snapshot of a state, I don't know if you individually did everybody was
Yeah.
like, oh, you're actually okay if it would make a difference. But, it always sucked having to get your BMI measured in high school.
Yeah.
Right? Because they would do that.
And they'd give you your number. I'm like, I don't even know if that's good or not.
But, like, mine was always like
Well, if you were like a
should-
taller kid, too, it kind of counted against you.
Like, my BMI, it was like I should have had Crisco coming out of my nostril.
Yeah.
Like, it was just so ridiculously high.
Like, I don't even know what the numbers are. Like, what's a good number? I guess it really.
I don't remember.
I think anything under 25 is
that what it was?
below obese.
Okay.
And again, we're not
All
talking
right.
overweight. We're talking obese.
So it's just so they just weigh you and then do your height and that's
So
it?
that's body mass index. So there are other more technological things you can do where they can like individually
Yeah.
like focus on how much fat you have in your body.
Ooh.
But there's like scientific tests.
Oh.
Like what's that thing with the water where you sit in the tank? Have you seen this?
Like the water displacement thing.
There's
But they did that for ships.
no, I think there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think there's a way for you to like sit in a tank and they can like
measure it?
use that data to
Okay.
see like how much actual fat you have on.
Oh, like where the water goes?
No,
Like,
I think it. No,
pushes
I,
up. Pushes up.
I don't know how it works.
Wasn't it partly like the tests, like the physical tests you had to do too? Didn't that count towards your BMI?
I didn't think the actual. I
don't
thought.
remember.
I remember. Do you ever have to
I
take?
thought like you had to like chart stuff.
A stress test?
No, there was. Did you ever have to do the skin fold test?
No. That sounds gross,
All
man.
right, so like they like pinch a part of you,
Yeah.
and they measure it with like a triangular ruler.
And what does that do? Like see how much fat is in there?
I guess that's that was like the idea. I haven't seen it done in a while, so maybe it was like one of those things that was like disproven.
Yeah.
But like we would have to do it in gym class every year. Like they would.
It is amazing how they would humiliate kids since the beginning of time in gym class.
So the worst day of school.
Yeah.
It was, and they did it all at once. You had to do the scoliosis test, the skin fold test,
Yeah.
and the president's fitness test.
Yeah.
So do you remember the scoliosis test?
No.
You would have to strip down to your underwear. The gym teacher would stand behind you, and you would have to bend over so he could look at your spine.
Yeah, I remember
Holy
this.
Christ, man. I'm guessing they don't do that anymore.
I haven't heard my daughters talk about it, so I don't know.
You're bent over in your
they'd
britches?
put like
Yeah.
the level on your back.
I don't remember a level.
Yeah, because
Well, he had
was the
both hands on
scoliosis.
my shoulder. What?
It was like the scoliosis thing, right?
Yeah, I thought I just remember him looking.
Oh no! Like I think they would,
How
like if they
creepy.
thought maybe it was off, they'd put the thing on your back to see if your back was
Like a
even.
level.
Yeah, like an actual level.
my
I'm not
God.
kidding.
And then
How creepy.
the kids that were the sturdiest, they built a cabin on it. But you would go from that into the president's physical fitness test.
That was the
day.
most embarrassing because everybody's watching everybody.
Yep.
And I remember
That
the
was the
heckling and
worst.
all that stuff we did.
You're a monster.
Everybody
There was
did.
a-
There was no heckling in our class. We were all very supportive of each other.
Oh, really?
Do you have to do the sit-ups test too? Because
Yeah.
there was always one kid that farted, and it was always the kid that was the most embarrassed. Like it wasn't a kid that could make it a joke. It was like the kid or girl or guy.
Oh, the girl's
that
the
was
worst.
like immediately like embarrassed.
Paul's throwing out a theory here as to why we have such low obesity rates compared to the other countries.
What's that?
He says, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. Paul says, New York as a state also has a huge cycling culture, so that probably contributes to our low obesity rates.
Yeah, so if we're just measuring rich white guys on the weekend.
Well, I mean, that would bring down.
I guess that all would, but we don't have that many cyclers.
No, I mean the canal trails. I think he's right. Contribute to how many Like it's a big thing to like go like the length of the Erie Canal now on your bike.
All right.
They
Well, there's
look-
that group, yes.
No, I'm saying not just with that group that you talk about every year. I'm trying to walk it like a nail. You're ruining my
They kick
walk."
up all the goddamn dust.
You know, this information is interesting. But outside of that, I don't know if there's anything you can actually do with the information.
Yeah.
For example,
All right.
let's say the folks who are in charge of New York State
Yeah.
decided, look, 1 and 4, it's good that we're in the top 5, but we want to bring that number down even more. What could you do as a government?
Nothing.
Right? You can't mandate physical activity.
No.
You can't make
Ban Doritos.
can't make food illegal. You can't force people to
You
follow
can't do
diet
anything.
plans. I mean, I guess you could offer incentives, which some health insurance companies do
They
here
do
in
with
New
the
York.
smoking and the drinking, yeah.
Or like even free or discounted gym memberships, depending on what thing.
But they've already done all that.
Well, but that's through health insurance.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not like seeing this list also would be more effective at making somebody change their lifestyle.
Right.
Right? Like if a doctor has told you, like, hey, maybe you should lose a few pounds, or the dreaded look we've all gotten in the mirror on our worst days. If that doesn't do it for you.
It's usually people that make that change, it's a health scare, especially when you get up into the middle age. You get that health scare, and then you get, I'm going to die. I'm off of bacon now.
Well, for a little while.
Yeah. But you know what I mean?
Temporarily.
No, I know. But, my favorite story from you of all time is your father had his heart attack, first one at how old?
He was 55, had a massive heart attack.
And he decided he was going to get better.
Yeah.
Right? And how long did that last?
A month. And he smoked the whole time. And 1 month he did the walk-in. He was chicken broth. He lost a bunch of weight. And he goes, I'm good. I'm fixed. And then he had 3 more heart attacks.
A month after my dad got out of the hospital.
Yeah,
He was dead legally.
he saw God.
He was legally dead.
Yeah.
And even God was like, you know what? I'm not ready for you yet. God, he doesn't shut up. Can we send him back? Crashed himself into the hospital.
Yeah.
They bring him back. He's in a coma.
Yeah,
He's in the hospital for months.
yeah.
First couple weeks out, he shows up at my house with a sheet pizza. He brings the sheet.
I'm back, baby.
By the way, he did lose a bunch of weight. He looks great now.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah. I don't know what happened.
Maybe he straightened up.
Nah, it's got to be by accident.
Well, he's missing his mouth.
Dude's never missing his mouth. All right, let's take a break. It's back.
What's back?
You're going to laugh your ass off, but it's back.
Is one of these summer douche things?
Oh, no. It's a year-round douche thing. And this
Oh.
is something you have not seen on men in, God,
What are they wearing?
30 years. Well, look, here's the thing.
What?
It's the more economical choice. And for guys that are now comfortable bringing this back, you have women to thank.
Oh.
And we'll explain everything next here in the break room on CMF. Here is a story you never thought you'd hear again.
Oh.
Science wiped out the need for this.
Yeah.
Not to mention, even when they were popular, they looked ridiculous.
Okay.
But despite all of that, we now have the return
Yeah.
of the hair hat.
The hair hat,
Oh.
Mr. Toupee.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Toupees are back, baby!
Why?
Like in the traditional sense?
So, I had one buddy that had a toupee, and I don't get it, man. Like, everybody knows a bad rug.
Has toupee technology gotten better?
I hope
So you guys are all throwing a lot of questions
Okay.
at me.
All
We're
right.
going to try and walk through this step by step.
Mm.
A story in the New York Post this week talks about how 30-something men have all of a sudden gotten back on the toupee train. And I know you're all dying to know why.
Mm.
So there are a few reasons. First off, the other options to fight baldness have become super expensive.
Okay.
So, like, even the economical option, creams, pills, they only work if you keep taking them,
Mm-hmm.
which can add up to tens of thousands of dollars over,
Right.
all
It's a
the years.
commitment.
Now, there is surgery where you can literally get it, like, stitched into your head,
Yes,
right?
that can, in America, that can run up to $15,000.
God damn.
So there is a new trend the last couple of years. and You can look it up. I'm not making this
Go
up.
to the rug.
No,
Oh.
men flying themselves to
Yeah.
Turkey for $5,000.
Turkey?
Yes, $5,000 hair transplant surgery. How
Well, is
often?
it a different type of surgery too, or like is it something that we don't have here yet?
I thought it was more affordable, but
All right.
it could be that.
I thought
Yeah.
there was like something else that they were doing that was maybe more, or they think it's more permanent. I don't know.
I saw this great video.
Yeah.
It's a businessman sitting in a Turkish airport,
Yeah.
and he's videoing dozens
Yeah.
of white guys
Coming into town.
with bandages over. No, they're leaving.
Yeah.
Bandages
Oh.
over the top of
They're
their head,
all-
waiting
we're
for their
there
flights
the
home.
same reason.
Like the entire flight is filled with guys that went to
No
just
kidding.
get hair implant surgery. On top of that, going back to the pills
Mm-hmm.
and creams, some of them have side effects that men don't like, and some of them just plain will not work on certain.
Yeah.
men. So that wipes that out. And toupee takes care of all of them.
Yeah, good ass.
You spend one price. There isn't maintenance. You don't get the pain of the surgery, the potential man boobs of creams or
Yeah.
pills or anything like that.
So, do they have? Where do you get a toupee? I remember there used to be toupee stores
Mm-hmm.
because they'd have the little hair hats in a window. But are those coming back?
So
Get
they don't
fitted for it.
Well, you had to get fitted.
Yeah.
they don't get into the article where the toupees are being sold.
Yeah.
So I watch a show on Netflix called Queer Eye, where they basically give makeovers. It's men and women, but they'll find some men that like
Schlubs.
Yeah, that they do the whole thing, the wardrobe, the look, everything. And there was one guy on the show who they took him to a salon, and the salon basically fitted his head for a toupee, and it was like glued onto his head. So like it lasted for like almost like a semi-permanent thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
but it was a toupee.
Yeah, I mean it looked pretty real, but I think in a sense it was a type of toupee that they put on the top of his head.
Okay, so was this like made specially for him?
It sounds like it. Like it sounds like they probably had to take some measurements and do some work ahead of time. But yeah, it was. I'm like maybe more people are doing this than we think.
So, as far as economical goes,
Yeah.
that may be a little bit of a misnomer. For passable hair pieces right now, according to the story in the Post,
Yeah.
you're looking at on the low end about $1,000.
Right.
On
That has a chin strap.
on the high end, around $4,000.
Yeah, I kind of thought it would be.
Is that what they? I mean, is that the equivalent of back in the day?
Yeah, because I had a buddy who did comedy, but he had a regular gig and bald young, and I think he spent around $4G
On a toupee.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
So-
it was just weird, man, because like everybody knew you were bald, man. Like you're not. It only works on new people.
So let's talk about that because my grandpa was totally horseshoe bald,
Yeah.
like shiny.
Yeah.
And he had a toupee, but he would only wear the toupee for like special occasions.
Right. So you're not. I don't get it. Like either leave it on all the time or not.
Yeah.
But everybody knew you were bald.
So I mean, maybe it's just a confidence thing walking into certain rooms.
All
Like,
right.
I remember my grandpa's bald, but he had like a picture. He was a Navy vet,
Yeah.
and it was like a VFW thing. And like he's smiling and he's got his toupee on, and like the picture. I remember he would stand next to the picture that was hanging on his wall, and he's bald.
Yeah.
But here he's got the toupee on. I don't
It's
ever
like
remember.
wearing a hat.
But I don't ever remember him seeing him in the toupee.
Oh.
Well, did you always see him at home? Is that why?
Yeah, but like I mean, look, if you're wearing a toupee out to a formal event, you're gonna see people at Wegmans. You're not tricking them.
Yeah, well, toupees were big in my dad's generation. Were huge.
But do you have to wear? Do guys normally wear them all the time?
Well, that I don't know. I would assume they do all day when they're out. Maybe not at home.
I mean, they have to look better looking now than they did back
Oh
in the day.
yeah, like you could see like Sinatra as the age wore a toupee. John Wayne did one. You know, like those guys kept that, but they look like toupees.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
All right, so it's very possible then that every man listening knows a man that is wearing a toupee, and they're so good you
Wow.
don't know. I mean,
All
it's
right.
not out of the question.
All right.
How about as we're having this conversation, the top of my head where I'm going bald is starting to itch.
Oh,
I don't know what the
It's
hell that
tingling
means.
because we're talking about it.
Oh, it's talking about me. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Toupees are back. Story in the New York Post talks about how guys are sick of the creams and the medications. They have weird side
The
effects
hairy
potentially.
palms.
Yes,
Yeah.
all that stuff about how expensive hair transplant or reseeding surgery has been. And men,
seating like you're a storm cloud.
that's what they call it.
Yeah.
And men who are getting into the toupee game actually have a very surprising ally. Women.
Oh, ladies like it.
So women have been arguing for the toupee. In fact, there are several viral videos and articles written by women that argue the toupee is just a male version of female hair extensions.
So they're saying get the toupee, you'll get laid. The ladies want it.
I mean, if the women are arguing for the toupee, I would assume
Because
that's
that's the one reason you're going to get a toupee is you think you're going to get some action.
But you got to get a good one. And
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think there's like a very delicate dance there because yes, like it's going to look great if it matches your hair and you got like a
Fit.
good haircut around it. But I think the second that something's a little off about it, it's going to do more damage than if you were just bald.
And what do you
know
do?
what I mean?
So let's say you pick up a chick and you go back and it's getting hot.
Yeah.
What do you do with that toupee, man? Because you're the whole time you're
be a little sweaty.
worried that it's going to fall off.
Well, that's why I
if
think-
she's in the heat of passion, grabs your head.
That's why I think they're doing this thing now where it's like almost like a semi-permanent thing where it's supposed to stick there for a while.
How do you wash your head? Like in the
You can
shower?
wash
You
it,
have
I
to take
think.
it off and you have to clean those
No,
toupees.
but she said it's semi-permanent. Like,
Oh, maybe
Yeah.
it's breathable. But
Yeah.
even so,
and like
man,
how,
that would be so embarrassing, man. If you're in the middle of sex, that thing comes off or just goes cockeyed or something.
all right, but let me ask you this.
All right.
So you've said on this show several times, because your hair is awful.
I'm old.
Yeah, no, I know.
I had nice hair.
I'm not saying it. No,
Young man.
you're getting the wrong impression here, man. I'm on your
It
team.
was like iron.
I'm
What?
on your team. Like
Right.
it's again, I'm not blaming you
Right.
for having a horribly ugly hairline. Like you look like a baby's ass up there. Just like little itty bitty hairs popping out all over the place. Let's say
Yeah.
somebody reached out to you after we did the show and they go,
Yeah.
listen, we do this, and I can give you the hairline you had when you were 30 years old. Would you go talk to them?
No.
You wouldn't even have the
No?
discussion.
Because my wife's not gonna, I'm gonna have to come home looking like an idiot.
But sometimes it's not about the other people. Sometimes it's about the confidence you would have
Yeah.
walking out the door.
I would have to. My wife would have to be for it. Like I'd have to look at it and say, "What do you think?" You know what I mean?
But
Because
I
she makes fun of the tracksuits.
understood, and she
I
should.
could walk it out now with groovy hairline from the 70s.
Okay, but let me counterpoint you here, buddy.
Hey, baby.
You are a man.
What?
You go to a salon
Yeah,
to get
yeah.
your hair colored.
Yeah.
And you let it go long enough where
There's
everyone
a
knows you're
significant
gray.
change
Yes.
every time.
Well, I do it once a month.
So, but what's the difference between taking a toupee on and off and letting your hair go gray
Because
until
the
all of a
hair-
sudden it looks like a bear took a dump on your head?
The hairline changes, though.
So does the color of your head.
But a toupee would be far more drastic than dyeing my hair once a month. If I came in here with a toupee,
Yeah.
a full head of hair, y'all would laugh. Because first of all, I'd have youthful hair
Yeah.
and old ass face. Like I'd have a full hairline.
What if it just made it a little thicker? Like, what if it wasn't a drastic change? Like, I think you have an idea of like it's gonna look like a whole new.
Well, no, but I
head
have a
of hair.
receding hairline, so
Yeah.
like I would have bangs again.
Yeah, there's no way.
There's no way I could pull it off, like surprisingly, because they
I'm
say
looking
one
at
of the
some
things you
pictures
do.
of some of them, and they're not like they don't give you bangs. It's just it gives you a little bit more volume on top.
Yeah, but I'm also coming up short.
Yeah.
Well, no, but you could get volume.
Yes.
So, I mean, look, with this whole toupee discussion and women being like on board with it,
Yeah.
it was just a matter of time before the toupee looped back around again because guys love the path of least resistance,
Yeah.
right? And this is exactly
A
that.
little hair hat.
As soon as women said, "Oh yeah, this is a good idea," of course men were going to be like, "Done. We'll do it. We'll take it." Like I'm not opposed to this idea.
Yeah.
If I go full Friar Tuck bald, I'm not opposed to
Just
the idea.
shave your head.
Well, no, I can't. I got a bad shaped bald head.
But here, you wear so many damn hats. You don't need to.
Yeah, but I mean, my wife also makes me go to like work things with her. I can't wear a ball cap to like somebody getting an award. Way to go Red Wings.
I think everybody, though, once you shave your head, once you decide I'm going bald and I'm letting it all go, it takes a little bit to get used to the look. But I think everybody eventually, just knows you as the bald guy.
So they say the technique, like, let's say I was going to shave my head.
Yeah.
They say before you do that, grow a semi-beard.
Okay.
Okay? And then as people get used to you having a beard,
Change it up.
shave it, and then shave your head. And the transition won't be as drastic to people.
You look like Willy
Wouldn't that be
Willy.
more
No, I'm
drastic?
telling you,
You're
like,
giving
once
up
you
both?
grow a beard and shave it, they say the transition is far less drastic.
Okay.
I thought you were going to say grow a beard, shave the head, not
That's what I'm
grow a
saying.
beard, then shave it all.
Well, yeah, but you grow,
Yeah.
well, not at the same time. I misspoke.
Oh.
But like, they get used to that beard. Like they're so focused on your beard, then it's gone.
Okay.
They're not noticing what you did to your head.
So it's like a face shell game.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah.
3-card
Monty type of thing.
with your nose
Yeah.
and forehead.
Yeah.
By the way, if this catches on again, the current market for toupees would be huge. Right now, by age 35, 2/3 of American men will experience some sort of noticeable hair loss.
Well, that's when it starts going.
By 50, it jumps to 85% of American men.
85%.
And let's be real, and I am sincere when I say this. Men today are judged way harsher for their appearance than guys like my grandpa, your dad.
Oh, yeah, they didn't. My father didn't care what he looked like.
Right? Like, he didn't have to.
No.
Not to mention, Americans are waiting longer to get married than they did in the past.
That's the problem is, like, if you're trying to get laid, you're trying to find a lady.
But, like, the pressure is on to look good longer.
All right.
Like, your dad had the ability, if he wanted to, my dad, everybody's dad that's listening, had the ability to be fat and bald, married with 2 kids by
yeah.
28. Like,
Yeah.
you were locked in. Everything was fine. That's when we were kings. But it looks like the younger generation of men, guys that are getting into their 30s now, they don't have that luxury.
Got to start trying.
I think
Pretty boy.
Thank you.
I also
you.
don't think
You looked at me and said pretty boy.
we gave up hats, like ball caps.
Say that
I think
again.
that saves a lot of guys
Wait,
at a later age.
What do you mean by that?
Like I don't know a ton of guys Tommy's age that'll wear a hat on a regular basis. Not like the way
Well,
we
you're not supposed to wear a hat inside it.
Yeah, yeah,
Disrespect.
like-
Take your head off at the dinner table.
the traditional ways you would wear a hat are a little bit different, I think, for our generation. Like we're just a little more casual about it.
Oh, yeah.
So I think guys are wearing baseball caps and kind of using that as a cover up.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. You're right. If I was insecure about losing my hair, which I am not, even
Yeah.
though it's itching again, I would be doing something about it. But like my wife, I told you, my wife used to try and attack me with Rogaine.
Oh, yeah, she was like sneaking up on you.
Yeah, I would be sitting on the couch watching TV. She would come up from behind. All of a sudden, I would hear, and she would start rubbing it in my head. I don't care.
Yeah.
I think my wife does.
Yeah.
If my wife cares, should I care?
I mean, I would go, if I was going to do it, I would just spend the money and have hair sewn into my head.
Oh, I don't want that.
Why?
No.
Just the sound of that.
No, but it's plastic surgery, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
right?
don't want
No,
plastic
you're right.
surgery.
I
Bro,
think
a
it's
face like this, I'm going to pay someone to make me look better.
Well, if you're worried about your hairline, I would just go get the goddamn hair and then I'm done with
Yeah,
it.
and you're lucky. Your wife's a doctor, so like she'll steer you in the right direction.
So that's
She
actually
could probably do it herself with like a home kit.
that's a constant point of contention. A home kit,
Yeah.
hair sewing.
Yeah.
It's like a crochet, but with your skull. No, like that's a constant point of contention in our home.
What, your hair?
Yeah.
No, me looking a certain way.
Like plastic surgery?
Well, not plastic surgery so
Botox?
much. Yeah, so my wife's a dermatologist, so I
Yeah.
mean nothing as extreme as Botox, but like there are like creams and things that my wife
Laser
can give
treatments.
me.
Oh.
That, yeah, she gets as like samples from
Yeah.
drug companies that she gives to like her patients and things.
When are you going to start using them?
Well, I told her I don't want to.
Yeah.
It feels hypocritical for me.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Like I think character in people's faces is important, especially mine.
Yeah, there's a lot of expression on your face.
But it'd still be there. It's not
No,
going to be like a mask. It's just going
No,
to
I
smooth
can't even
out
picture
your.
him without being able to move his head.
No, but you've done a lot of skin damage in your day.
What?
No, she slathers him up with sunscreen.
No, but no. He used to puff.
Oh, they're smoking.
This kid smoked like a Teamster
Okay.
constantly.
You know the last guy that said that to me?
Who's that?
Jimmy Hoffa.
No, he was Puffy Boy in many ways.
No, but like my wife has had like 3 or 4 like discussions with me over the last couple of years. Like, I have this for this and that for that. And I'm like, I like the bags under my eyes. I like the wrinkles that are showing up.
Yeah, but it's gonna get worse, bro.
Yeah, okay, but like,
Look at my eyes, man.
Yeah.
They look like two.
Oh!
They look like 2 whiz holes in a snowbank.
All right, let's take it. We are dumb.
Yeah, we
We're-
just proved it with that.
We're a dumb show.
Yeah.
All right, and we say a lot of dumb things. But there have been a couple of takes that we've had over the years that have aged so poorly,
Oh.
we like remember them off the top of our heads.
Yeah.
One of them is when you and I, like 6 years ago, told Kimmy, wait to buy your house. The
Yes.
housing market is going to be fine.
Buy
It's
on
gonna-
the dip.
It'll
And-
calm down, everybody.
And from that point, prices have doubled.
Yeah.
There was this point this week where we kept saying Josh Allen was going to be on the Today Show, and it didn't happen, and everyone crushed us for that. But what might have been our worst take ever just keeps getting worse.
Oh.
Because when this store announced they were going to sell these items, we laughed our asses off. What idiot would
Yeah.
go to this place and spend this much money on this thing? And it has gotten so popular
Yeah.
that not only are they making a third effort out of selling out of these completely the first
Sold
2
out.
times, they are now putting on massive restrictions to ensure that everyone that wants one will have the opportunity to buy.
So there's limits.
We'll get into it next here at the Break Room on CMF. It's one of maybe the worst take we've ever had in the history of this show.
What did we say?
Well, we said this was stupid and it wouldn't sell, and what idiot would be dumb enough to go to this place and buy this item? And it's become so popular
Really?
that every time they get their hands on these again and are able to sell them,
Yeah.
they have to keep adding restrictions
Like limited supply?
so it doesn't sell out immediately.
Damn.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. It was like 3-4 years ago
Yeah.
that we found out that Costco, the big box store,
Yeah.
was going to sell gold bars.
Gold?
Gold bars.
There's gold in every stores, boy.
And we got this story about a week before the gold
Yep.
bars went on
Yep.
sale. And we howled with
Yes.
laughter. We sat here for 10 minutes.
What's
and,
the point?
I'm
Stupid.
gonna go
What are
buy.
you gonna buy with the gold?
What are you doing?
I'm gonna go buy 24-ounce can of beans and then my gold. I'm gonna go get a rotisserie chicken and a bar of gold. So then they first went on sale
Yeah.
and they sold out immediately.
Yes.
Literally immediately. So in response to that,
Yeah.
when Costco got their hands on a second run of bars of gold,
Oh, another batch of gold, did you?
this time they limited the purchases to 2 per customer. Despite that,
Yeah.
those sold out almost instantly. Also, they added, if I remember correctly,
Platinum?
silver and platinum.
I
Yeah,
thought
why
so.
not?
I remember platinum was the thing.
Well, guess what?
What?
Costco Gold is back.
No kidding.
Physical gold bars. And this time, anticipating even more excitement,
Yeah.
Costco has limited the gold bar purchases to 1 bar per customer.
So it's not really a bar, right? It's like a coin or something?
It
It's
is
small.
a bar, but it
Teeny
looks
tiny.
way because we pictured
yeah,
like,
like the
Yeah,
ones
yeah.
you see like in a bank robbery.
yeah, Fort Knox. No,
Yeah.
it looks like a domino.
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah.
Are they? Is each bar different? Like, are they collectible in a way, or
No,
it's
they're just gold.
Trade 'em with
simply-
your
Like, I
friends.
didn't know if they had some like little symbol on.
So I
them
guess
or
you get like
something.
an ounce of
Kimmy,
gold.
can you Google?
Because they usually show you by the ounce how much it's worth.
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense. I don't know if they're stamped with a Costco logo or anything like that. Because normally there's like a
Yep.
maker.
Yeah.
1 ounce.
Okay, so it's 1 ounce. And how much is 1 ounce of gold?
The market right now, I know gold's way up.
Well,
right
you
now.
sound like every commercial I hear overnight on the radio.
You know what I tell you?
What's that?
Don't wait to buy gold. Buy gold and wait.
Also,
I think it's like 3,500 an ounce.
is it really that expensive?
I know it's shot up.
Oh, by the way, the folks that bought the gold bars from Costco in the first run are up like 80%.
Yeah, we're so stupid. But who do you? But let's say. But I always
So-
ask this question to people that talk gold.
Yeah.
I go, hey, all right. So let's say I got this gold, right?
Yeah,
And it goes way up.
sure.
What do I do with it?
Well, you sell it.
To who?
Someone who buys gold, pawn shops, jewelry makers.
All right,
things like
but then they're just going to give me cash.
Yes,
Which
yeah.
they tell me is no good.
But I mean, it's like an investment.
All right.
No, look, I understand what you're saying because the way that we're having 2 arguments.
I know.
Because the commercial you did just a second ago, oh, buy gold. They sell you buy gold because the world is collapsing.
Right. The whole system collapses. Everything's shut down. This is a safe way to survive.
Yeah, you got it. And I agree with you there. That doesn't make sense because if nobody has any money,
What do I do with it?
and what am I going to do?
Do I
Drink-
take it to Wegmans?
And like if we're down to a barter system, like,
Yeah.
hey, if I got a bunch of chickens and he has gold, what am I going to do with the gold?
Right.
But if you look at it from an investment,
Okay.
like a stock,
All right.
it's been a really good idea to buy gold
All right.
from Costco.
We're stupid.
So the ones that the first run it sounds like they were sold for just under $2,000
That was per ounce.
per ounce.
Okay.
And now it seems like they're worth $2,700.
I think it's more.
Could
From
be
what I saw
more.
last
This
night.
this might be old.
Okay.
But yeah, they originally sold for like just under $2,000.
Now, the reason why the folks that are talking about this Costco buy thing, the gold has become so popular and more expensive is because the state of the economy the last couple of
Well,
months.
it's a little shaky.
and like, nobody knows what the hell's going
Right.
on here. So
Oh,
all
the
right,
market's up and down, Pat.
we're going to buy gold. So,
It's a solid investment.
But if this story
Yeah.
of Costco selling gold bars and our reaction to it is proof of one rock solid thing.
What's that?
Not only are we the stupidest people on the planet, no one in this room
Yeah.
would have any success in any job outside of what we do now.
Oh, I know that for sure. Yeah.
Like, there is not a single good idea amongst the 3 of us outside of what we do that
Yeah.
would be able to put food on a plate. Like, think about the money we would have had if we would have went and bought 1 ounce of gold. Like, you'd be up, like, at minimum $700.
I do hate when they show you, like, if you bought so-and-so in 1972, today you'd be worth $1.4 million.
Okay, but that's also stupid.
But that's what they do to you. They make you feel like crap. But, I wasn't going to buy that.
Well, no, but like nobody knew you should have bought Apple in 1979.
Yeah.
Nobody knew you should have bought McDonald's in 1960, whatever, right?
Yeah, but now there's things that you're seeing that coming up. They go, oh, we should buy this.
Yeah, but there's also, for all the McDonald's and Apples, there's 1,000 other companies that were like, oh, here's a hot new thing, and it's gone.
Look at Tom Brady with crypto. Did pretty good.
Yeah, that seemed like a guaranteed thing, huh?
Don't get that started, because now we're going to get called, no, crypto.
Crypto gold.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Costco is doing another run of their gold bars. You can only buy them online. The first run sold out immediately. Second run, in response, they added silver and platinum, and they limited 2 bars per person.
Yeah.
That then sold out immediately. Costco, in an effort to give everyone an opportunity to buy, has now limited it to 1 gold bar per person. Should we do it?
I ain't got that kind of money.
Well, neither do
I
I.
spent
But
$2,000 at Costco's. I'm coming home with a shed and a mower.
shed or gold bar? That would be a tough call for a lot of guys.
Well, I could live in the shed
Yeah.
with my gold.
With your gold
Well,
bar.
no, you can't have
well, no,
both.
Yeah,
I can't
that's-
have both.
yeah,
You got to
that's
choose
too
one or
much.
the
All
other.
right.
Because like Costco's got a lot of fun stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they
Sheds,
do.
like vehicles that are strange.
I didn't think
TVs.
I needed this, but now
Yeah.
I just, I'm picturing a spot for it in my head.
Because like if they sold it in store and you went in to buy gold bars, I think I would be too distracted by the fun stuff to even buy the gold.
Yeah.
True.
Which again is why we will never be successful.
Yes.
And to Troy, I'll let him wrap it up here as he writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Troy writes, the moral of the story,
What's that?
do the opposite of what you guys say and you'll all be wealthy.
Okay.
Pretty good idea.
All right.
All right, let's take a break. So because we didn't buy gold,
Yeah,
like
here we
idiots,
are.
we got to get up and go to our jobs, all of us.
Sure.
And when you go to your job, you have a job description that you do, and that's what you're paid for. And, Kimmy, it's no secret that over the last 10 years, people's jobs have gotten outside of the job description.
Yeah, the lines have been blurred.
You got it. But I promise you, it's nothing like what this company is attempting overseas. And the only reason they'd be attempting this overseas is because they have a plan to bring it here. And a plan that may not be a good plan
Oh, it sucks.
for the health of America.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. No one wants to add more responsibility to their job title.
No.
But saying no to this at minimum
Yeah.
would make you look like a dick. Worst case scenario, someone would die that wouldn't have to.
Oh.
And some of the most overworked employees in America could be getting one more thing added to their list of duties.
The hell are they doing?
Be ready to save the life of a stranger.
What do you mean?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 9:30. It's Thursday, you know what time?
Oh, yeah. I think we're going to bitch it out a little bit.
Yeah, we got a Bitch Voice Theater at you. You know, everybody's talking about how to save money.
Mm-hmm.
A great new idea, which may be the dumbest plan to keep money in your pocket of all time.
But it works.
Maybe if you're like super rich.
Okay.
We'll get into it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So being a delivery driver for Amazon, it's a tough job.
Oh, God, it looks miserable.
Everyone we've ever talked to that has worked for Amazon, even if they like the job,
Now, you are hustling your ass
Yeah.
off.
it's a lot,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Which is why, if you are an Amazon delivery driver, this
Yeah.
may not be the most exciting story for you.
What are they doing?
So Amazon in France right now finished a pilot program. They gave some of their delivery drivers AED machines. Are you familiar with these?
The defibrillator?
Yeah, I guess that's the easiest
shock
way to
thing,
put
the
it.
paddles?
Yeah, it's to keep people that are having heart attacks to stop it.
What are they going to do with it?
Well, they taught these drivers not only how to use the AED machines, also how to perform CPR.
But how does that work?
Well, it turns out, Tommy, the majority of heart attacks happen at home.
All right.
And it could be hard for ambulances to get there in time. So the idea from Amazon was, when a call came in, if there was an Amazon driver in the area, they would be redirected to that home. They would use the AED machine and CPR on these folks to try and save their lives until the ambulance got
So
there.
they're kind of on call now to save lives?
That's exactly
So
what
I
it is.
was picturing like if they were delivering and happened to stumble upon
That's what I was
somebody,
thinking.
No.
they have the tools to help. I didn't know this is now your second job.
part of your job.
Part of your second
No, you're
job
on
to your
call.
job.
Yes, they rerouted these workers to go find them.
Jeez.
Man, do you want a guy that's been busting his ass all day that might have to go to the bathroom in a jar because he can't take time off rushing through your life-saving procedure?
Well, I'll counterpoint you. That's better than nothing.
I get it.
I'm also thinking, and you know there are going to be people that bitch about this. The people who were just about to get a package delivered.
Yeah, oh,
yeah,
yeah,
when
of
it
course.
says you're like
And
4
that-
stops away.
And that
heart attack,
Amazon
a little
driver
heart
had
pops
to
up.
turn around.
That's broken.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so
that would suck.
it sounds like it was successful because they have expanded the program into parts of England and Italy. And it may be something, if it is successful in England and Italy, that expands.
I would be pissed.
If you are the Amazon driver?
Yes.
Okay, because it is a lot of responsibility.
I mean, it's just one more thing I got to do, and it's on the back of my mind.
And you got to go back to making your deliveries after, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that being said, if you work for Amazon as a delivery driver and they come to you and they say, we'd like you to do this, how do you say no?
I would.
How do you say no?
Kiss my ass, man. I'm busting my
Kiss
ass.
my ass.
You're not paying me.
Bro, you're a pansy.
And what are they paying me?
Was there-
Nothing.
I don't think there was a bump in pay for that.
How's about that? You're not even paying these guys anymore.
How's about that, Kimmy? Look, I agree with you.
Do you tip your Amazon driver if he saves your life?
Well, you're probably going to the hospital. Look, you can sit here in your monochrome blue tracksuit and go, I ain't going to do it. You're lying. Your boss asked you to do this. You don't like confrontation. You're going to do it.
Yeah, but I'm half-assing it, man.
Okay, now it's someone's life in your hands.
I didn't ask for this.
This person didn't ask for it either.
I'm going to show up. First of all, I'm going to have a crappy attitude.
To who?
To the guy I'm trying to save.
They may not be
the
conscious.
guy that's not conscious.
Well, if they good, because then I'm really going to rip into him.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Now, I know you're also a lazy person that doesn't want any more
Yeah, yeah,
responsibility, and that's self-proclaimed,
Yeah.
and we see it.
I think you have to be a certain type of person to want to jump into action like
Yeah.
this. You know.
I agree
She's
with you.
out. You know she's
sign-
out.
Oh yeah, this terrifies me.
I agree, but you couldn't say no if your boss asked you to do
I
it.
mean, I guess not, but I'd probably start to look for a new job.
What if I?
I mean, would this person be outside? Do I have to get into somebody's home?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Which also seems like it could be dangerous, depending on who else is there.
What if I lose him? Do I get in trouble?
Well, no, because you did everything you could.
No,
If
no,
you
man,
actually,
no. Like, is there like a chart? Muley lost 4 this week. Ted saved 5. So, like, you know, I'm not going to win the vacation.
Again, what? Now you're hoping for people on your route to have heart attacks so you can go to Aruba?
Well, you got to incentivize people.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With this story that Amazon is teaching their drivers in France, Italy, and England to use AED machines and use CPR so they can reroute them to folks who need medical attention before ambulances get there. Do you think most people would want to get involved to help save someone? Or would most people be like you two?
Yeah.
Where you want nothing to do
I
with it?
think it's a good thing to learn because I would want those skills if I find myself in that situation. I don't want to get called to the situation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I understand.
Like I wouldn't. It wouldn't bother me if my company said you have to learn this because I think it is a good skill to have.
That would even
What
suck.
bothers me is just the fact that it's like, no, now this is something you are going to be responsible for if it happens.
Okay, so here's the thing. You know,
What's
we
that?
talk about Amazon, but this is not unique to Amazon. There are actually several jobs, types of jobs, companies that work here, where somebody that is in the building at all times, someone on each shift, is taught how to use the AED machine, CPR.
Just basic CPR.
Yeah, like they are the, I guess, health captain,
Yeah.
emergency captain for that company. Those people either had to step forward and say, I would like to do this, or their boss asked them and they had to make a decision.
Yeah.
Do you say yes or no?
Yeah, man, they're angels, man.
Shut up.
I ain't doing it.
Shut up. I mean, Tommy, if you stepped in and saved someone's life at your job, you would be a legend forever,
Yeah.
right?
But
That's
what
at
if I
least
lose
three.
'em?
Well, okay, but again,
You're saying what if you lose them and it's not really your fault? They
But
just
that would be in the back of your mind, man.
but you were going to watch him die anyway.
Yeah, but at least I wasn't the one pounding on his chest or breathing in his mouth.
So you're telling me if I dropped right now, you just watch me die?
No, of course not.
You literally just said that.
But I don't know what to do.
Okay, you could learn what to do.
I'm going to pass. I'll try.
I don't want that kind of effort.
But you don't know
saving a
you don't know
life.
CPR either.
No, but you're saying I'll try. Like
Well, that's all I could do right now because I'm not trained.
All right, wait a minute. If I drop in this room,
I would just do what I've seen on TV.
which one of you is jumping in first?
Well, she's younger.
I mean, I would try. But I don't know what I'm doing. Like if I knew what I was doing, like if I was confident in what I was doing, if I was trained, I would obviously jump in.
Okay. If I dropped on the right,
Yeah.
like where the door is,
Yeah.
I've known you longer.
Mm-hmm.
You're closer to me. If I regain consciousness with Kimmy pumping on my chest, I would be so pissed at you that
You'd be
she.
cheering me on in the background.
No, but she's able to get there
I need
first.
him to like keep the beat.
Yeah.
He's got no
staying
rhythm.
alive, staying alive.
Yeah.
Staying. It's the thing you do, right?
Yeah.
I saw The Office.
Okay. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
So while I was on hold, I had an idea that Amazon could do. So you were talking about how at some places they have somebody that's trained to do this. Why don't they do like a paramedic driver that still deliver packages, but then they're equipped and want to respond to the stuff if it happens? Because it sounds like eventually it will be Amazon paramedic drivers anyways.
Okay, so let's.
By what you're talking about.
Well, but see, that's actually what you are suggesting, and I got to let you go, Ben, because somebody in the background. So Ben brings us to what might be a scary conclusion.
What's that?
All right, so Amazon tests this pilot program in France.
Yeah.
Right? These drivers will be able to save your life if they can get there before an ambulance. It's now moved on to England and Italy. We talked yesterday, 2 days ago, again, for like the 1,000th time, about the state coming up with ideas to get people to volunteer to be firefighters and paramedics.
Right.
If you follow the news here in Rochester, there is an issue at times with ambulances being available to help people because they are so short.
Yeah.
This, if it came to America with Amazon,
All right.
would be a big help. But I kind of see this, if I'm going to go conspiracy theory on you now, less Amazon doing a good Samaritan thing and more of them maybe trying to replace volunteer ambulances and get paid for it.
Yeah. So it'd be, they would now be an ambulance service.
Ambulances on.
There you go. Ambulance on.
Ambulance.
All right. So they would take it over.
Well, yeah.
And they charge you.
And, like, here's the thing. You know, the argument from Amazon would be, well, we already have all this infrastructure, and this sounds like a really good idea.
Well, they do.
And we could pay people to do this.
There's
but
a million vehicles out there.
it would make your health care more expensive. It potentially lowers the quality of your medical care.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't want a big company like Amazon being your ambulance.
All right.
A ambulance. Right? Like, the last thing you want is an ambulance.
Yeah.
Oh, Black Betty. Ambulance.
Because he's already stressed out, man. You're adding this to it.
Well, no, I'm just talking like maybe
Yeah.
even if they had a dedicated ambulance driver.
Yeah.
Right?
That
Even
was a
like
service.
we now have a service, Amazon
And you pay for
Ambulance.
it.
Yeah, I don't. That sounds like dystopian, crazy future that a private company is now in charge. I guess you can make the argument that they're doing
Kinda
the
is,
ambulance.
yeah.
But now it's Amazon. Now it's Amazon.
Okay, but you are paying him first. But you already know you have a membership, so you're going to get help,
Oh, I get free
And-
shipping to the hospital.
and you get NFL Thursday Night Football.
A lot of things included in that membership.
Right.
All right, people are pushing back. Brian writes us
What was
on
he saying?
Instagram.
About saving your life.
At Duffy at WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. He says, so you call 911, Brian says. Then you hear the god-awful beeping in reverse. Then some sweaty kid in shorts and a fluorescent vest comes into my house, vape in one hand, life-saving device in the other. I didn't even think about boop,
Yes.
boop, boop, boop. Eric writes us. He says, Duffy, I had a heart attack at a local rink playing pickup hockey on a weekday. The Rochester Fire Department and Rochester RFD did CPR on me. AED premises, kept my blood pumping till they got to Lakeshore. Arrived, working on the AED. No shade on the rink. Just enforces the need, more access to working AEDs. No, don't get me wrong. I agree with you. I agree that every place in America should have a working AED.
Those paddles.
Yes, you got it. My issue is putting people that aren't qualified.
Yeah.
And
They're not medical people.
I see this down the road is what Amazon is trying to do, and that's what scares me.
Yeah.
That's what scares the crap out of me. No, because, like, look, we have a close connection to this with the Damar Hamlin thing.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
And, like, Damar Hamlin has done unbelievable work training people to do CPR and putting these machines.
It affected all of us.
But I mean, these machines are now in thousands of schools that never had them before. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's thanks to that.
I didn't know we had one here for the longest time.
It's literally right there.
I walk past it every day, never looked at it.
If there's one guy that should know that we have one.
I know.
He's been here the longest.
Yeah.
Well, I don't need to know where it is. You need to know where it is.
True.
Yeah, do I though? After what you said a second ago? After what you said a second ago? Is that now I got to save you?
Yes.
You know, I thought you had used it based on how your hair stands up every day. 252 WCMF. So we were talking about people who are like the safety captains.
Yeah.
Karen's on CMF. Hey, Karen, how are you?
Hey, I'm good.
What do you got?
All right. So I work in healthcare. I'm not a nurse or a doctor, but I go to patients' houses. And so I am trained in CPR, AED, yada, yada. But when I took the job, we were specifically instructed to not provide first aid, do not do CPR. If you go to a patient's home and they have fallen, if they're having a medical issue, we are only supposed to call 911 and stand by.
Wait, hold on. So what do you do? What do you do when you're in my house?
Well, I come to draw people's blood. I'm a mobile phlebotomist.
So like when Stella, when my daughter had her brain surgery, we had two of these people at our house every day.
Oh. But you can't touch me if I'm choking?
I cannot.
I'd be pissed.
What about can you ask the other guy to stop what he's doing? You know, it's weird based on the Good Samaritan laws we have in New York.
I'd be pissed up, man, if I got some medical person in my house and I need help, and I go, hey, medical lady, and you're like, well, you know, doing a New York thing.
You got something on
I
this,
can't help you out.
No thanks.
But here's a little blood pin for you.
I mean, I used to be a lifeguard. I mean, I've had other healthcare jobs, and I've always been trained to do CPR, provide first aid, and to be told, hey, if you come in and someone drops, just call 911.
All right. Well, I mean,
I don't know that I could do it.
Less you got to do. Karen, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. We were trying to come up with the name for the Amazon ambulance.
Yeah.
We had ambulances on.
Yeah.
Amzambulon. Daniel Duffy on Duffy on WCMF on Instagram. Ambuzon.
Oh, okay, Ambuzon.
That sounds like a pill that's going to make me fall
It
asleep. Try Ambuzon. I don't like it. We need a more obnoxious Amazambulance. I like Amazambulance.
All right.
Yeah.
You got something better? You think about it. We'll talk to Cody. He's on CMF. Hey, Cody. How are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good. What you got, bud?
I feel like there's a rather large elephant in the room that nobody's touched on yet.
What's that?
Drivers. So your ambulances and that sort of thing, EMS personnel, volunteer firemen,
yeah,
a lot of them are specially trained and licensed to, drive fast, break laws, use the lights, that kind of stuff.
Sure.
Do
do you really want a random Amazon van? Your boss calls, hey, there's a thing going on over here. Can you run over and help? And the guy just floors it down the road.
Look, I get what you're saying. I understand. I will say, Cody, as scary as this seems, what the ending could be, again, even if they follow all the rules of the lights and everything, it's somebody that's there before that may be able to help.
Closer to you.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Like, it's a better bad choice.
I get that, and I mean, even following road laws, they might be able to make it faster than the nearest ambulance. But I feel like this just encourages a lot of untrained people to do, rough things.
Okay.
I mean, if my boss called me right now and was like, hey, we got a heart attack, we need you to go help, I'm going to floor it, man. That's, the adrenaline pumps, and it's like, you got to go.
I'm going to obey the rules. Maybe stop for coffee.
Maybe we put lights on the ambulance?
Oh.
I can't even imagine an Amazon car coming down the road with the red lights going. That would just be ridiculous.
Cody, thanks for the call. You know what's funny? Those vehicles look like ambulances already.
They kind of do. By the way, they're all, every time I see them, because those are fairly new vehicles.
Yeah, they're electric. Boogie, woogie, woogie, according to the one in my neighborhood.
You ever take a look at them?
No.
They're all beat to crap.
Well, yeah.
How close are you getting?
No, I see them all the time.
Look who you're talking to.
Have you ever taken a look at them?
Bro,
no, I have not inspected the Amazon.
They are beat to crap.
Yeah,
so
it's a delivery truck.
Every day.
I know.
I'm assuming.
Why do you need it to be nice? They're just bringing you.
Well, I mean, like, it may not get to you.
Crapping up the neighborhood, gang. Driving through with your words of 70s disco songs that's all banged up. I don't like it at all. I mean, this again
what?
is another reason, like we talked about earlier this week, why we need to pay through the government firefighters and EMT workers, because we're going to paint ourselves into a corner.
Because you're going to end up paying anyway.
Yes, and I don't want one of the world's richest men being responsible for getting me to an ambulance, getting me to a hospital via an Amazon ambulance.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want that. You don't want that.
I know.
252 WCMF. Let's take one more call. Rick's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Ricky, how are you, buddy?
Not bad. How about you?
Good, brother.
I had a condition called HOCM, HCM, something with my heart. I chose to have the operation to fix it.
Okay.
Afterwards, they put a temporary, some kind of device in me to check out my heart. Mm-hmm. A week after that, my heart stopped while I was just sitting at home for 69 seconds.
Holy crap. Oh, Rick,
we went out again.
Rick, are you there? Rick,
come back.
Rick, hold on. Rick, stop. You cut out. I'm sorry. We thought we lost you. We lost you at 69 seconds. What happened after that?
My wife brought me back to life, actually.
Okay.
And while the emergency people were already there, the phone call comes from the people that had that device saying, you just had an incident. And I'm like, okay, what is it? Well, we can't tell you because of the HIPAA laws. I'm like, the guy wants to treat me. He's here right now. Well, because of the HIPAA law, we can't tell you.
Okay.
So my wife yells out, you're talking to the guy that has the issue. Finally gave in and said for 69 seconds.
Okay. All right. Well, okay.
But it was just like pulling teeth.
No, I get what you mean. It is frustrating having to go because I know there's lots of people.
And owing your wife like that.
And the number 69 becoming not fun for you anymore also sucks. Rick, how are you doing now, buddy? You okay?
He died.
Yeah, no, right. Yeah, I got a pacemaker now.
Ooh. Okay, can I ask you a
Lay
question?
out that bacon, bro.
They didn't give you one of those things that'll kick your heart started again if it stops, did they?
No, it's not included. Some of them are, but mine is not.
Okay.
Oh, you cheaped out?
I know a guy who got. Have you seen these?
Oh.
They never even gave the choice.
Yeah, look at Rick.
I'm not cheap.
I have the money.
And I don't eat bacon.
Rick, we're glad you made it, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
All right, have a good one, guys.
Welcome back, Rick. What?
Have you seen these devices?
No.
So it's essentially like paddles in a device on your heart.
So it will. So it's a pacemaker, and if your heart stops, it jolts it.
It will sense it and jolts it. But so I knew a guy who had one of these, and it was early on in the technology. A couple of years
happened?
Ago. Every once in a while, and this would happen.
Somebody's opening up their garage. Fred!
It would sense wrong.
Oh.
And it would hit him while he was conscious, and he said it felt like a horse kicked him in the chest.
No kidding.
He was okay.
Yeah.
Like it was all fine, but he was like, I was
So
not.
like you would be like jolted.
Yeah.
Like getting like tased.
Yeah. I don't know if I mean he described it as it felt like a horse kicked him in the chest.
Wow.
Which, if you had it, thank you for saving my life. I would be tiptoeing everywhere I went at
Oh,
all
you ain't
times.
kidding.
Yeah.
Don't touch me.
Yeah.
Don't talk to me.
Yeah.
He'd make you paranoid.
All right, let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we're gonna bitch it out, buddy.
Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And I love, like, we've gotten a couple of these, like, here's how you're going to save money
Yeah.
and not overspend on stuff you don't need.
Right.
Why are they only aimed at rich people? Because rich people don't need to do this.
True.
The treat yourself tax, Tommy.
Oh.
Next here in the break room. Let's see CMF. I think I'm radicalized.
What happened?
Well, look, man, you see these stories every week, probably one a day. Here's how to save money in an economy that is not going great right now, right? Make sure that you are spending things on your needs, not your wants. We got another one in front of us. But there's been a pattern with all of these.
What's that?
The ones we've talked about. These apparently only apply to you or work if you don't need to watch how much you're spending.
Because you're rich.
Yeah. Because that's the only way you could pull this off.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second.
Yeah, what's going on?
But it is Thursday.
Yeah.
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or be deeply hurt that after knowing them for 25 years, they would allow another person who doesn't know what they're doing to work on their good friend who is dying instead of you doing it.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm having a heart attack. I want Tommy to save me, but he's going to come over in his little tracksuit and he's going to get distracted because guess who showed up? Mr. Butterwings. He flew in the room and now Pat's dying on the floor while Tommy chases little Mr. Butterwings in his tracksuit. You dying little bitch.
For context, Mr. Butterwings is a butterfly?
Yeah.
This is Butterfly song? Okay, great.
Sorry.
We take all your bitch voices, we run it back. It's called Bitch Voice Theater. That was now at CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Little sissy boys put on their little gardening pants
When it comes
and their little knee protectors and they go work in the garden and they make pretty pansies. And then they prance around the pansies in their gardening pants and their knee pads. And they talk to all the butterflies. They give them names.
My name is Tommy. I'm a non-mechanical little bitch.
They'll put out solar party platters.
Was that Danny's idea? Danny, I love you, Danny, and I think you know who I am. And you're the best, and you're so cool. I want to drive around
He
in a
is cool,
Ferrari
man.
and Lamborghini. I want to wear shirts like you when I do, but I look like a busted-ass poor person. I look like Danny Wegman if Danny Wegman got hit on the head with a hammer and he had fetal alcohol syndrome.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. Tommy's sister's sexuality is making me so uncomfortable, even though she found love finally in her life. Because I'm just a awkward little uptight little bitch. Unlike my sister, who's not uptight. Man.
So what have you been getting from your brother?
So he's in Tuscany.
You can't ooh your own story. You bitch had little wiener lawn man. Little wiener lawn man.
My name is Tommy, and I have a little pee-pee.
A double bitch voice, and he took a shot at your penis.
And a pee-pee.
I'm listening and I'm laughing. I live on Kilbourne.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I don't want to fly in your scary little airline because I'm a scared little jittery fly boy. I'm just a big, wide-bodied bitch.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
You know, money's hard to come by these days?
Yeah, I need a financial tip.
Oh, I got you here.
All right.
I'm going to make sure that you do not spend any money you don't need to spend.
Great.
It's called the Treat Yourself Tax.
Oh.
A way to make sure you know how much money you are wasting on the little stuff you don't account for throughout the week. For example, let's say you spend $7 on a cup of coffee that is not necessary. Or you go drop something for $20 on Amazon when they're not being an Amazambulant. According to this new theory, every dime you spend on a needless want, you need to transfer the same amount into your savings account.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
So not only does that give you an actual glimpse of what you are spending on frivolous things week by week, it gives you cash for another day.
Look at that.
You are not only getting what you want, you are also increasing your savings. And
Yeah, building a savings up.
You got it. And the argument is, well, if you can't afford it, you shouldn't be buying the frivolous stuff.
Okay.
Does this make sense to you guys?
Sure does.
Okay.
Sure does.
Yeah, but I could also see how I would twist that in my head. Like, I better buy more things. It'll encourage me to save more.
Okay, but see, here's the problem with that theory, Kimmy, because that's a good theory. It's a good theory. Eventually, you're going to be out of money.
Yeah, but
because
it's in my savings now.
No, but that okay.
I just it's a great idea in theory, but I do think that people are going to still justify spending that money on frivolous.
But it only
things.
works on people with money.
Thank you.
If you're busted and I'm just overextending myself by buying things, I don't have money to transfer.
Thank you. I don't. Yes.
I'm throwing it on plastic.
Thank you. Right? Like, if you followed this, you would go broke immediately. Because the theory is you don't touch the savings money.
Right.
So you would actually be doubling the stuff you're wasting money on. And it may give you the realization that you're wasting cash.
Yeah.
And maybe you have the discipline to fix it.
See the actual amount.
Yep.
Yeah.
It may also make you quit this stupid idea of a treat yourself tax immediately.
Oh, yeah.
I also love in this theory how it illustrates how some people treat savings accounts. Like, I can put the money in my savings account, but I can't touch it.
Yeah.
It's not a bank vault.
Yeah. If you need it, you can grab it at any point.
If I overextend myself and realize I'm spending way too much on, luxury items, well, I'm just going to transfer the money back into my checking account.
Which I've always done. I've never been up on a savings account.
Thank you.
Like, as soon as I got a couple dollars in it. Yeah, I didn't need that right now.
This is what I was saving it for, actually.
Yes.
It is becoming painfully obvious that all of these money-saving tips that you see on social media from Instagram influencers or, economic people, they only apply to people that don't need them.
Yeah, they have bank.
Yes.
And they probably already have their systems in place anyway.
Thank you.
That's why they have bank.
Because if you can afford to save every dime you spend on stuff you don't need, you can afford to spend the money on stuff you don't need.
This was my father with his money logic his whole life. Like, want to buy a house? You need at least a year's salary to buy for it. You need 6 months in the bank. You need to have 10% of your income needs to go towards repairs and replacement parts. You never buy a house. You would never buy a house. Same thing. You want to start a business. When do I start this business? When I'm 80?
Well, here's the thing. There are people that are disciplined enough to do what you're describing.
But sometimes you got to take a risk.
I agree with you, right?
Or just hanging out there, man.
Or something happens where you need to tap into that, right?
But like the average American person cannot do this.
No, of course
cannot
not.
do this. And I would even make the argument, right? The average American person should not skimp on what they're doing to make themselves feel better, right? Because like for years, Kibby, we heard this growing up. If you wouldn't spend money on Starbucks, you'd have money for a down payment.
And avocado toast.
Yeah. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Add up all the avocado toast you've ever eaten in your life.
Yeah,
and then,
it doesn't buy me a house.
No, it doesn't. In fact, it doesn't come within
It doesn't even buy me a shed.
There's not $40,000 close to how much I've spent on avocado toast.
And if I give up one thing, I'm going to find something else to spend money on. If I'm not treating myself here, I'm going to treat myself over there because I want a treat.
Sure. I'm with you. And here's the other thing that nobody ever really talks about.
What's that?
And maybe this is the wrong thing to say. Life's a scary time.
No, sure.
Right? Even in the best of times.
It always is.
Right, it's up and it's down, and there's left and there's
We're
right.
always on the
and there's
brink.
stresses. Why can't you let somebody have 5 minutes of joy? What is wrong, right? I mean, I get it, right? You should be saving money for.
Yeah.
But if this brings me a little bit of dopamine in a time, in a life, in a struggle, what is wrong with that?
Well, then you're going to get the other guy.
Yeah, a little too much joy.
No, not that guy, but everything in moderation. All right? Just we don't live in a country of moderation.
Man.
We don't. Look at us.
I'm with you. Not to mention,
there's a reason why there's 17 coffee shops that all face each other.
but you bring up another good point.
Yeah.
If everybody lived this way, the economy would completely collapse.
Yes.
Like our economy is based on treat yourself.
Partying.
Yes.
Spend.
Like the same people that make money from us treating ourselves are the ones going, well, that's why you don't have any money.
You got to cut back.
Well, guess what? We cut back and now stuff's going out of business.
Yes.
What is happening here? 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about the treat yourself tax. The idea behind it, if you spend money on something frivolous like a $7 cup of coffee, you take that same amount and you put it in your savings account.
Sure.
You do it for all the frivolous stuff you buy throughout the week.
Ooh, you'll be loaded in no time.
Not only do you see how much you are wasting,
Yeah.
you now have a savings account. If you have enough money where you don't actually need to do this. Let's talk to Mark. Hey, Mark, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, fellas. So I know you guys kind of think I'm a goofball, but I'm actually a pretty good financial guy, too.
Wait, is this Party Boat Mark?
Yeah, no, he's by Goldmark is what he is right
But
now.
you also owned a boat, which is about as wasteful as it
boat,
gets.
Tommy, party boat.
Party boat.
Yeah,
Right.
it can't go fast, but it also can't go far.
Okay. But I'm very responsible. Go ahead.
So here's the thing. If you are the kind of person that buys the avocado toast or the $7 Starbucks coffee, you're also the kind of person that is at the checkout, you're like, oh, I'm a little thirsty. Let me grab this bottle of water for $3, or let me grab this little tin of gum for $5 or whatever. And that adds up. If you're that kind of person that's kind of not responsible with money, it does add up. And that will add up to a down payment and a house.
All right, now, Mark, here's the thing. I like you a lot.
You're
Mark.
chewing and drinking your life away.
I like you a lot.
And Duffy, go ahead, because if it wasn't for your wife, you'd be in a gutter. So go ahead and explain your logic.
No, you're right. I would be right next to you. The point I'm trying to make is this. It is very hard for me
Yeah.
To hear from a guy, I'm a pretty good financial guy, when, as Tommy said, you owned a party boat, and I have met you several times eating wings and drinking beer at events we've done. Like, that's not the most financially responsible thing to do. Mark, make your wings at home like a good financially responsible individual.
Like, a boat has to be one of the worst investments on the planet.
Well, but I'll tell you one thing. It is not a very good, money maker, but I actually sold the boat and made a couple bucks on it. So when you buy stuff, you buy it smart so you can sell it smart.
Okay, first of all,
Buy smart,
you didn't buy that
sell
boat
smart.
knowing you could make money on that boat. You bought a boat to buy a boat. You got lucky because there was a boat shortage during COVID, and then you scored.
True or false?
No, weirdo. I bought it during COVID and sold it after I sold my boat when no one else could sell a boat.
He was the only guy.
Bro,
You got to take his advice. Buy smart, smell smart.
Well, you should also smell smart. You should also smell smart.
It's his next line of T-shirts.
Mark, I love you to death,
Yeah,
but you're an
take care,
idiot.
buddy.
Next time you guys need financial help, you give old Party Boat Mark a call and I'll help you. I'll set you guys straight.
Yeah, I'll ask you when I see you sitting in front of 24 wings.
Hey, yeah, but here, Duffy, I'll tell you another thing too. You only see me eating wings on Sunday at Bill Gray's when they're $1 a piece. It's wing night. You won't see me on full price night eating wings.
Mark, thanks, buddy. Have a good
I heard he
rest.
sold those wings, made a profit.
What he does, he buys low on the wings.
He flipped those wings
We come
right
back.
into his face.
We come back. Wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing tomorrow next on CMF. me, Rubber Room.
Audio Thursday, Rubber.
For a Thursday break room CMF, that makes tomorrow Friday. You know what that means.
Yeah, buddy, we gonna get creepy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also, just after 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Listen, this is a reminder. It's prom season right now.
Yeah.
Proms and balls and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
And there are parents that have made plans with their kids because they want their kids to be safe.
Sure.
And they believe these kids are going to do this no matter what. So I want to be able to supervise you while you do it. And to those parents, although your motives are understandable,
Okay.
a story just after 7 o'clock from our area that proves you do not have the power you think you do.
Oh.
Because if you allow underage kids to drink in your supervision,
Yeah.
there will always be, there has always been, and there is now, a dick kid who, when they get drunk, you cannot control.
Yeah.
And that kid will be the one that brings that house of cards down.
You'll be cleaning up puke on the floor.
Oh, that's best case scenario.
Yeah.
Because there is a kid, Kimmy, it seems like, was such a dick in one of these situations.
Well, that we're talking about him.
And the cop showed up.
Yeah.
We'll tell you what went down in Wayne County.
Wayne County drinking.
Just after 7 o'clock tomorrow here at the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. We got to get out of the way. We're super late. Jolene.
Hey, Jolene.
Jolene.
Have a great show.
10 row. You guys know how this goes. For Kimmy.
Yep.
Who wants no part of your Ambulance?
Ambuzon? I thought that's what we were going
No,
with.
we were going. Ambuzon sounds like a
Medication.
medication. We're going with Ambulance.
Okay, that's hard to say.
Try it.
Ambuzambulance.
No. Amma.
Zambu.
Lance.
Amazambulance.
No, Lance at the end, like my dad. All right. For Tommy Muley.
Yeah, I tried that word.
My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.